we can go ahead and start changing and amending. Amending what we currently have would be a big job, like, because you would have to go through each piece of it. His recommendation kind of would be to work with us, maybe to just implement something new. But he also did mention, because I talked about pipeline, I talked about hog facilities, all these things that have, been brought into my life in this 8 months of my life here. He did add, the more restrictions that we put on things, we're not only restricting those large corporations from moving to our county and progress for our county, we are also restricting those mom and pop farms. They're gonna have to follow, obviously, all of our restrictions that we're putting in place. And if we lower that, how many are we going to have to address that are going to be below a new threshold? Are we going to have to grandfather them in? Or, there's just so many different things to consider. But as far as what I would like to say is I would like for the board to really consider having Eric come, give you guys a presentation of what he thinks. He did provide kind of their basic sample zoning ordinance that NECOG has. He also supplied what I think that we definitely need for my benefit is an administrative manual for me to follow. In my short life here, I've been asked a very high number of questions regarding zoning. And not that I don't get an answer, it's just I'm more of a person that says, here, it's right here on page 2. This is where I'm gonna go. But it's, well, so-and-so knows this and I know that, and, there's really, if I'm being straightforward, there's too many questions, and I just feel like it needs to be addressed, and I would like to have a manual to go by so that I'm following exactly what that manual says regarding me fulfilling the zoning administration for you, for our county, so that it's correct. Not that it hasn't been correct, but just a formal guideline for me to follow.
Something in addition to the ordinances.
Right, it would just be a manual for me to follow. It's not something that is for, the public could see it, but why would they want to? Basically, it says, I have the rights to do A, B, C. If I'm questioning, then I follow A, B, C. Does that make sense? Are you, as far as me issuing these building permits, okay, the one in question, the big elephant in the room. Right now, if Christensen Farms walks into my office and applies for those building permits, I'm gonna issue them because it's within our guidelines. I'm not questioning anything. But obviously we have a lot of questions, and whether or not, I've had multiple calls. They don't really own the property yet, so I can't give them a building permit I can't issue them a building permit as of today because they don't own that property. But this administrative manual would just kind of have a procedure process for all of that. Basically so if I question whether or not I wanted to issue a building permit, I could just say, I'm not going to issue this building permit today. I'm going to consult with the planning and zoning board first. Does that make sense? Is everyone following me here?
Yes.
Okay.
Like a normal building permit with no controversy would just get issued, but there would be like a controversial.
Right, if there's something that I would feel like I would want something that I could fall back on, I can, consult, because I know Pearl will do that. If I'm not there and she doesn't feel comfortable issuing a building permit without me being there, she'll tell them that they have to come back. Or
if you feel it's controversial, maybe you would have the right to bring it to the board. Something like that. I'm not saying that's what.
And I can already kind of read. I'm reading your guys' thoughts.
Oh.
What's all gonna be controversial, Jamie?
This isn't a thought, just a comment that our press is stuck outside the door there. Jen, do you wanna get in?
I'm listening, I can hear.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, so.
You sit right here if you want to, there's two chairs.
Okay, I might, thanks.
Okay, so I guess with that being said, I guess I would just like to, this isn't something that's gonna happen overnight. These are just conversations that I think that we need to have and thoughts that we need to think about, we need to have, because there's so much change and there's so much progress happening throughout our whole country, not just in our little Hand County. And I mean, McPherson called me the other day about a solar farm, and asked if we had anything in our ordinance for that. We're not the only county that is questioning their zoning at all. There's just been there's just a lot going on in our world for progress, and we just want to be sure we're keeping up with the times and keeping up with what we need to. And if we need to easily just say we follow the state the state codified laws, hey, I can go directly to that and just say, I'm gonna follow this one right here.
But we don't just follow the codified laws. We are afforded the opportunity in Hand County, and
Right.
every county in the state, to have our own.
Yes, we are, and yes,
And it's my opinion, it's our job to serve the citizens.
correct,
If we say, let's follow the state laws, the states say, let's follow the federal laws, my God, we have nationwide government and no
Right.
local voice at all anymore.
right, and we wanna have a local voice, and we wanna be here for our people. So I just wanna make sure that we're serving them the best that we can.
Is the problem from your perspective, Jamie, in administering from that office, what to do if somebody asks a question where the answer isn't immediately apparent to you? You gotta
Right.
wade through 50 or 60 pages.
No,
Figure
okay, let's just go, for example,
Okay.
pipelines. We have, 56 permissible uses?
42.
Okay, we have this number of permissible uses. Then we have 11 of them that need a conditional use.
Yep.
Not one of them has a pipeline.
That's right, it's not permissible use.
It's not a permissible use.
Oh.
So you get where, so what do I say? Well, it's nothing, so I have nothing, I can't do anything against you because there's nothing here saying
You
that
don't
you
have to do
can do.
anything against them, you don't have to do anything for them. You can say, it's not legal in Hand County to do that.
Okay, it's fair enough, but, so I guess, I don't know, I just wanna make sure that I'm answering the questions correctly. And if we have people that wanna do business for those types of things,
If they have what you sort of perceive, the county generally might perceive as a reasonable use that doesn't appear in our 42.
right,
Permitted
Right.
uses, then we need to address that, you're saying.
that's what I.
Solar farms, for example, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Because we don't have a word about it, it's not authorized.
Right, there isn't, we don't have anything in
Okay, and
our,
we're never gonna be able to list all of the things that people could conceivably come up with for the use.
right, and I understand that, I completely understand that, because you can't stay ahead of, you can't forethought people's,
I have a question. So I have all these meetings and all the city meetings, and last night we were on the building permits for the city. Each building permit has to be okayed by each department head, and then it has to be okayed by the council. You guys just have her do them specifically? Somebody comes in and says, I want a building permit to put up a barn on my property, she can okay it, we're done. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's what it currently is.
yes,
Just,
just
I
I
want to
am
be
listed
clarified
as
what
the zoning
the current-
administrator.
So you can okay whatever comes in if it meets the.
If it meets the criteria,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So basically, we are zoned agricultural use. Anything outside of the bounds of agricultural use has to be addressed in some way, shape, or form.
Well, we have 42 uses that are deemed agricultural that you can pursue within that agricultural district. Or supporting agriculture. Some of them are like
Right.
retail, hardware, whatever. veterinary services, that kind of stuff.
all that kind of stuff, yeah. And, you know, every little thing we put in there adds more too. So, I mean, I don't think that we need, there has to be a fine, you know, there has to be a line that,
I've had some discussions with Eric too, and maybe that's the best solution is just to have him, invite him to come too, and
he's full, it's a wealth of knowledge that we have to utilize.
mhm.
And I didn't know that it was a source that I had available. After talking to him, I learned more in a half an hour than I have
Yep.
regarding zoning, because there really isn't anything other than our comprehensive.
And the nice thing is he
plan for
works
zoning.
with so many different
Right,
counties, and he knows,
right.
Each
He knows, and
one's-
he knows what everybody's dealing with, really.
right, and
You know.
it seems to follow suit, you know.
Okay,
Yep, definitely will. I'll visit with him
okay.
again, and
Well, and I can email him and
CQ.
just say that we're interested in having a meeting, you know, if he could shoot out some dates that might be available for him. So, and I don't know, do you wanna invite him to a commission meeting? Is that what you would wanna do?
I would,
Or hold a,
I would think we address it in a special meeting. It might get long, I don't know.
Yeah, it could be hours.
But
Right.
if you guys are okay with that, then, because it's not gonna be a brief discussion, I don't believe.
not if we really get into it, no, I guess, but that's why I feel like we talk to him and see what his thoughts are on proceeding too, and what kind of time frame we have associated with. And I don't think it's realistic just to bite off the whole works at one time, probably. You know, have to do it in a part, I think, personally, but.
that's all I
Anything
have.
else?
I think you're doing a great job for 8 months on the job,
Right.
and that's a tough job.
Well, thanks, Jim, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie.
Jamie,
So, can I sit down while we go over these plats, or do you want me up here for that?
you can sit.
Thank you.
Continue to stand there and block it out.
No question. Greg, can I ask Jake a question? I'm just
Sure.
curious, when you talked, did the guy that you talked to, did you discuss at all, terms change in definition over time? So agricultural use, okay, you've got pigs on your farm, that's agricultural,
It's kind of like our hand.
okay?
Some would say industrial.
That's where I was going. Are hog capos considered agricultural, or are they considered industrial? Because those definitions, what's agricultural has changed. And so I'm
I guess we
wondering,
did not discuss the definition of that word, but I understand what your question is, Eleanor. Jim, do you have anything to add to
No,
that?
I think it's a legitimate question.
Okay,
We authorize it, it's legal in Han County if you meet all the requirements. Then we deem it an agricultural use. And it's
does
okay.
that definition, does that need to be changed?
Maybe.
Could be considered a fertilizer business too, if you want to
Yeah,
look at
maybe
it
there's
that
a
way.
meaning in there.
yeah.
Yeah,
And that would be
something.
ag too, so.
Ready?
Yes, the plats, please.
Okay, so you might notice that the planning and zoning commission's on the first of the agenda. That was one of the suggestions that Eric made, because in looking at the ordinance, and looking at what's in statute, it's probably best, and the recommendation is what we're putting here, is to put this at the beginning of every meeting. And since building permits typically are something associated with planning and zoning, that's why they are presented here. So Melvers did not present their plat in time to be considered. In fact, it hasn't been presented at all, so that'll probably be in next month. But otherwise, we have the livestock edition, which I'll put on the screen for you. And spin it around here. This is commercial livestock, letting that out in different lots. And then the next one is the property that just sold out by St. Lawrence, the Hall property. You guys familiar with where this one's at?
Yeah,
It's east of the airport and west of Kittleson's. And then the last one is the Llewellyn addition, and this is to the east of the veterinary clinic. Okay, does that prompt any questions? Some of the landowners are here if you have any questions related to those.
The Bronze Hall one, is the plan to build a house there? And the only reason I ask is this may become a consideration in the discussion of the gun range later in the meeting, or the proposed gun range later in the meeting. There was a discussion about changing the direction the gun range would even go because somebody's already building a new house to the north now, so.
Not sure.
Okay.
What I was told is that when they sold this property, there's a piece that was parceled out where the house sat, and the rest of it was sold as farmland.
Yes,
Right, Jamie?
that's correct. There's 14 total acres, if you're familiar with that. There was building site here on the south side, and then there's a building site on the north side, and they're making a big plot of those 14 acres out for one plot of land. So you can speculate what whoever purchased it is going to do with
Well,
that.
if their plat is in order, we
It's not
approve it
really a
anyway.
speculation there, right?
This
Yeah, I would recommend if you approve all
This-
of it,
theoretical gun range.
Do you wanna do them one at a time?
please.
Yes.
What do you want to start with?
Bronze
Let's
Hall.
look additions first on the list.
John, it's just a general question. Do they appear to be all in order?
Yeah.
All the signatures are correct?
I'll move to approve livestock addition,
I'll
Volmer
second.
plat.
Second?
Any other discussion? Hearing none, you want a roll call on this, don't you?
Yep.
Hearing
As long
none,
as I can hear them all.
we'll do a roll call.
Gibb, aye.
Luke, aye.
Jim, yes.
Aye.
Aye.
This one is Bronze Hall.
I would move to approve.
I'll second.
Any other discussion?
Gibb, aye.
Luke, aye.
Jim, aye.
Jim, aye.
Greg, aye.
Llewellyn's.
I would move to approve.
Second.
Any other discussion?
Gibb,
Gibb.
aye.
Luke, aye.
Jim, aye.
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 Okay. We'll probably have those signed by tomorrow. Maybe later today. Okay, as far as building permits go, you're just receiving these. Like was discussed earlier, she actually approves them. This is a compilation of building permits from the end of last year through the current month. Does that prompt any questions?
Should it?
No? I hope not.
Doesn't look like it.
And then if you had any questions from anybody in the gallery related to zoning or planning. There was an addition of that moratorium, you want to move that to this portion?
I think that's a good idea, because I think that's what all these people are here for.
Sure.
I think I stuck it to the thing. State Attorney's Office prepared this and sent it to us. It wasn't on the printed agenda because it came in, the actual document came in after the agenda was published, but I'll just read it for the benefit of everybody here. It says, be it resolved by Han County, South Dakota, whereas in order to support the health, safety, and general welfare of the residents of Han County, the Han County Zoning Board and Board of Commissioners have established zoning regulations with permitted uses, conditional uses, and prohibited uses. Whereas the construction of a pipeline carries hazardous materials may impact the health, safety, and general welfare of the residents of Han County. And whereas the Han County zoning ordinances may need to be amended to address hazardous liquid transmission pipelines as defined in Title 49 CFR Section 192.3, Title 49 CFR Section 195.2, and Title 49 Section CFR 193.207. Therefore, be it resolved by the Board of the Han County Commissioners does hereby impose a moratorium on the construction, installation, use of any pipeline for the purpose of transmitting hazardous materials in Han County, that this moratorium remain in place pending further review and action by the board, and then it's dated whichever date you decide to approve it.
I move passage of that measure.
I will second.
Discussion? Who deemed it hazardous material? The federal government deemed it hazardous, or who deems it hazardous?
I cannot answer any questions related.
That's why. Yeah, I don't know. That was my question, I guess. Is the
I can
hazardous
tell you
part.
as a former public safety official that any item in appropriate quantities is a hazardous material. And I would say because this is corrosive from the standpoint that it's, what do they call it? Hydro, works really cool, and it's high pressure, that it would be.
Like natural gas or propane or anything that we got pipelines of?
Are there two, President, are we open for
I
discussion?
just say, is there any more discussion?
Would we be the third county or the fourth county?
I can't answer
I
that.
can't
either.
answer that for sure.
Okay, I know McPherson, Edward,
Several have.
And Brown, I think we'll.
Brown, I think you're right. And then I talked yesterday
We did?
to Pike County, and they said they passed one 6 months ago. I said, it's never appeared online. That's what Bowden told me this morning on the phone. So we would be number 5 if that's the case.
Any other discussion?
You're gonna be public comment on this at all, just out of curiosity?
This is the discussion area, so yeah. We'll just hear from-
So, my name's Justin Bell, I'm attorney at the Adam office here. I'm one of the lawyers for Summit Carbon Solutions. Just wanted to say, we are in favor of having conversations with landowners, with local governments to make this work for everyone. We believe that, certainly the safety is always a concern for every project. We don't believe that pipeline moratoriums are the appropriate way to move forward with this. I will tell you, I don't know if you've had any conversations with the state's attorney or not about the legality of moratoriums. There hasn't been, we don't want there to be conflict. We're trying to avoid conflict and litigation and all that kind of stuff as it relates to this. But pipelines are a lot different as far as zoning ordinances than wind farms and CAFOs and solar, and that they're completely regulated by PHMSA, which is the federal pipeline agency for these, and it explicitly preempts regulations of this nature by local boards.
So
Yeah.
tell us again, who's taking our voice away?
I don't know if anyone's thinking, this is an old law. So the federal government has passed something dating back to the 70s for this, so I'll answer questions about it to the extent that I can. We just want to, be here to talk, make sure that if you got it, to the extent I can answer questions about the project, I'm happy to do that. I'm an attorney in here, I'm not one of the construction people, but like I said, to the extent I'm able to ask questions, I'm really happy to. So if you have any questions, happy to take those questions. If you want to discuss, PHMSA preemption, I can, but I'm not here to, if you made your decision and you want to move forward with that, we'll move forward with that. But our goal is not to try to have conflict, just try to work with you, to work with landowners in this room to make this a viable project that supports agriculture, supports commodity prices in the state, supports ethanol production in the state. So thank you for your time, I appreciate that.
It's my feeling this action comes because we have yet to hear from the first landowner in Han County that wants this or agrees with it. And if we do,
That's big statement there. We got a lot of corn producers in Han County.
yeah,
A lot of them that own part of these ethanol plants. A lot of people the majority of them sell corn with these ethanol plants. And to say they're not supporting these places, that'd be a big statement. Because I surveyed some this morning on my way in, and I didn't find that to be true when I was actually talking to producers. They like to have a place to sell theirs at a good basis.
We have also had some questions for Summit. Commissioner Jones asked one last month about whether this project is even carbon neutral, much less net carbon reduction. They weren't able to answer that for us. The commission has a lot of questions yet, whether this project is feasible, necessary, proven to be something that the public, the people, the environment really needs. So I guess I made the comment last month, I work for these people in the room. I get my paycheck from Mann County, but I work for these people. I don't work for Summit Carbon Solutions or any big corporations, and I'm not afraid to stand up to the federal government either.
When the question was asked at the very meeting we're discussing, and when those officials from the enterprise were here present to answer questions, we asked what happens if you can't talk somebody into an easement. And it took about 5 seconds flat to hear the words eminent domain. They did not go over well in this chamber. And they're never going to go over well in this chamber. We considered it a threat. So you say that you want to get along with the landowners and the governmental entities that exist in the project area. That's not the way to go about it. And it's not you who said it. It's others who raised the prospect amendment. We were also told that it's completely irrelevant because it's our zoning measures in Han County are completely irrelevant because this is a subterranean undertaking. I don't know how you dig pipelines without using the earth. The flat part that heavy equipment sits on and works from.
Is there any more discussion?
I'm going back, not so much on the pipeline, but the CAFOs.
Okay, let's finish with the pipeline,
Okay.
please.
Well, the only other discussion I have on this is, and I see these people, most of them are my friends and stuff in here, but also there's a lot of other people live in this county that raise corn. And in talking to them, it is not a fact that there's no support for the ethanol plants. Not so much, I would say a lot of them are not really informed about this pipeline, except for the being put out there that it's something that's needed to keep their ethanol plants competitive. I'm not the judge and jury here. I'm sure not the scientist to know what's dangerous and what not. I'm not an engineer. But I do know, in talking to quite a few of these guys, that they're in support of keeping their ethanol plants and keeping them functional. And if this is part of that, they're interested in having it go forward. I represent them just like Jim Eschenbaum is representing these people who are sitting here. They may be called the silent majority because they're not the ones standing in front and beating on the table. They're home hauling corn or doing whatever they're doing. But I think to specify that everybody is against this would be a pretty large statement.
I think what you're saying is true. I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I just want to point out this. If anybody expects local control to have, to play any part in this project, you better think twice and think long about it. Because I went to the PUC meeting, Public Utilities Commission, public hearing, it was held in Redfield. There were several people from Han County there. And the PUC chairman stood up and told everybody in the room, in no uncertain terms, that the PUC does not concern itself with whether or not this is an efficient and effective use of taxpayers' dollars to hand out all kinds of favored taxpayer treatment to people who invest in this kind of a project. They don't care about the efficiency or the effectiveness or the net carbon footprint that this project and its construction and maintenance represents, as opposed to how many cars they're going to take off the road by putting the project in place. He said the only thing we care about is, one, will the project comply with applicable laws and rules? Apparently there aren't any local ones that they need to worry about. Two, Will the project pose a threat or serious injury to the environment? 3, will it not substantially impair the health, safety, or welfare of the inhabitants? 4, will it not unduly interfere with the orderly development of the region due to consideration given to the governing bodies of locally affected units of government? I can imagine the PUC could, in pretty short order, say they are in compliance with all of that. Because the PUC doesn't care whether or not it is an effective use of taxpayers' dollars. They don't care. They're not charged by the legislature to give one whit about whether or not this is a boondoggle from a taxpayer standpoint. They are not told by the legislature that they must make a determination that there is a net carbon emissions reduction as a result of the construction of this project. They don't care because they're not allowed to care. So the PUC is not going to interfere. And they're telling the project, I don't want to say perpetrators, promoters, are telling us basically that we don't have any say in it either, because they don't have to abide by our zoning ordinances. They just threaten eminent domain. So if you guys want to have any say in this, I think you should seriously consider whether or not a moratorium is in order at this point. I don't think there's any question that if you want to reserve the right to eventually have some impact on the decision that'll be made here, not here, elsewhere apparently, about whether or not this project will go forward, that we pass the moratorium so that we have the time to formulate a stance. Maybe there are people, maybe there's more people for it than against it. I don't know. Let's hear it. Let's learn that stuff. Number one. And number two, we need to be a party to all the PUC proceedings. And so that is also an agenda item, is it not?
It was, I did it.
We are already,
Yesterday.
we're already, okay, we're signed up as a party, okay, as an intervener. Okay, so I think we certainly need to pass a moratorium.
Concerning the moratorium, I feel like he kind of threatened you. But one of the things at Redfield, they stated from Chris Hill, who is the chief environmental, blah, 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 that they had not done the studies to understand the impact of what an explosion would do.
I've watched some explosions online. Have you? Some of you, I'm sure, have. They're not pretty.
In fact, Mr. Powell said when he was here or there that it would be detrimental to somebody.
I want to address what Gibb said about my comment too. I didn't mean to suggest that everybody in Han County, every farmer in Han County or every landowner in Han County is against this project. I have not heard from one that is. That to clarify, every landowner that I've heard from has been against it. I have yet to hear from a landowner that this pipeline is going to cross that is in favor of it. So that's just clarifying my statement. I didn't mean to indicate that all of Han County is against this project.
Anyone else?
Question, the moratorium was written by Elton?
Yes.
How long does this moratorium stand for then? It's got to have a length and date on it. It's endless, is it?
It says it remains in place pending further review and action by the board. So basically tell we deem it not to be in place,
Till 2050 or whatever we want it to be.
Yeah. Potentially, I suppose.
Question is the same.
I feel that the landowners that have this pipeline proposed to go through them should really have a lot of say, and not people 30 or 40 miles away that don't follow it and it doesn't affect them.
Well, at least you guys have the right to say yes or no to the easement.
It doesn't make any difference, they'll still come with them in the domain. You know, they keep saying, we want to get along with the landowner. Well, if you're gonna use eminent domain against a landowner, you're not getting along with it.
True.
Eminent domain for private corporation is a huge part of what's wrong with this country.
It's different if this is the government and they're backing it and the profits are going to the government. But you know here, the tremendous profits are going to the investors.
I should hope that government never uses eminent domain for profit either.
Well, you
Only
hope
for,
not, but,
only for service to the public
right.
should be the only use.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? If not, you want roll call probably. Kip?
I wish there was a date on it for how long you're talking about instead of just an endless one, but I guess it's all right for investigation. Aye.
Aye. Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Do you have a business card?
Okay, I told Jim we'd come back. You had a comment on the CAFO stuff, Jim?
Yes, we sent you some review, did you not do? And I don't know if you've got time to review those. Just some suggestions as to, some zoning laws that would be there. I don't know if it was our intention to call a moratorium, but rather than at the time that the problems we have in Campbell Township is, I think we need instruction. The moratorium, by the way, cannot be made by the zoning board, it has to be the commissioners that call it moratorium. That we did research. And I guess our concern is, where are we going with this? I guess we would like, and Jamie brought it up, mom and pop operations out here. Then I come back and say, all right, mom and pop operations, and I put down there to sign up a big annually raise. That takes care of all the mom and pops. And I also said, genius, we don't have many mom and pop pot farms in Hancock County anymore. It's all commercial and industrial, as Jim said. And if that is, now it comes down to, okay, they're gonna come in here for a building permit, and they don't need a conditional use permit. That's things that you people have to act on very soon. Because these people are gonna walk into Jamie's office, and she's gotta issue that building permit. We think there should be instructions to her, if she does get a building permit and maybe a conditional use permit, that she would bring them back to you before it's approved. Do you have any problems with that?
Well, that is not what the zoning ordinance really says.
Well, but you gotta make some changes,
Well,
you know?
when the changes are made, certainly there would be a different answer in that office. But under the present ordinance, they come in and everything is in order, she's gotta give them a permit. Because they don't fall within those thresholds, or they're below
I
the threshold.
understand that, but you people are supposed to be out there reviewing some updated zoning laws. When I left as a commissioner, I said, you guys are gonna have to look at this, because it's gonna come back in on you. Who in the hell would know that it come back to Campbell Township, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people think, all right, it's not next to me. We've seen that all the way across peoples in the state. If it's not across the road from me back here, it can be 5 miles down the road, and my neighbor, and it's right across the driveway, I don't care. I just recently talked to a guy down in Centerville. Within 7 miles, he has 2 7,000 head dairies and 1 8,000 head dairy. And I said, well, what do you people think about that? Well, I said, the state's I-29 corridor program is wiping out everything. You know, people say, well, we can't let big industries come in here and dictate to us and cause environmental problems and everything else. But these need to be reviewed. You know, that's all we're asking for, is, hey, put it on hold till you people get something put together. But if you're gonna drag and kick the can down the road, then you might as well just tell us right now, we're not gonna do anything. And you're elected, as Jim says, to represent the people that put you there. That's why you're there. You're there to protect the environment of Han County and to protect the residents that live here. Now, if you don't wanna do that, you might as well just say something. It doesn't take much to say, hey, let's hold off on approving any of these, commercial hog lines. Let's hold off on that, until we get our zoning laws up to date. That's all we're asking. Now, if you don't wanna do that, that's fine, you might as well tell the crowd here.
I don't think we're in a position to do that here.
Why aren't you?
Because we have zoning laws that cover this subject area now. Now we're gonna say, now they're not in effect anymore?
No, all you're doing is updating for these smaller operations that are coming in. You got all the zoning laws in the world for the big 10,000 head barns, but you don't have anything for the 2,400 barns.
That's what we're going to work on.
Right.
That's why we want the guy here from NECA. That's why we want to have an extended meeting to discuss everybody's concerns with him. He's the guy who's got the template for that kind of operation and what other counties are doing with it. Isn't that right, Jamie?
That is correct.
Okay.
So when
We
you
want to
say
hear
they
from
walk
him.
in tomorrow, she's got an issue, and we're down the road.
I would say that is the case.
That is true.
That's sad. Sad to be a local government like that. I'll tell you that.
Okay,
I can read a sample if you want me to or not, Jim. No? Okay.
We're gonna discuss all that with them. Okay,
With Jim being a constituent from my district, I will relay his voice and request a moratorium on CAFOs until this is reviewed. That's my motion.
on CAFOs,
Well, on these hog barns. We're, to be honest, we're addressing these 4 hog barns specifically. I'm gonna relay his voice and motion for that moratorium. I'm okay with what you guys decide for a vote or a second, but I will relay his voice.
Are you talking on all barns or just these size of barns? Because we've got ordinance on the big barns. If I'm understanding Jim right, we have no ordinances on these smaller barns.
yes, we do. We
No,
say
we
they're
don't.
legal.
We say they're
So we
legal.
have an ordinance.
Okay, but do you think it's something we should look at?
We sure should.
Okay. If you're gonna look at it, and you know you got barns that are coming in, when are you gonna look at it? After 30 barns have been built, and then, okay, now we're gonna look at
How
it?
many have we had?
Well, we've got,
Already, we haven't done anything.
right, but are we gonna not ever take a look at it? I mean, what I'm saying is, somewhere along the line, you gotta draw the line and say, okay, we're gonna look at it, and the only way you can look at it is you stop any more issuance of building permits until you look at them, And maybe we'll look at it and we'll say, that's fine, we're not gonna do anything else with it. But if you leave it the way it is right now, because we say it's permitted, it's okay.
Yeah.
If you wanna have any kind of zoning that goes with it, if you do, you gotta have a stop point, because they're gonna keep coming in
The stop
until,
point is when we change the ordinance.
Right.
We haven't done that.
right?
Okay.
So we gotta look at it, if you're gonna change the ordinance, if you're gonna look at it and you're gonna change it, or you're thinking you might change it, you can't have people out here coming in for building permits before you change the ordinance.
Okay, so we passed a moratorium
Basic-
of sorts, is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, something,
With an open-ended, as Dave is objecting to, on the pipeline moratorium. So until we change our minds, you can't build anything like that. What? Like what? $2,500, $2,400, $2,300, $19.99, $16.99, $12.99? What?
Okay,
You've got to substitute or add language to the present ordinance. You can't just stop it cold and say, though you qualify under our present ordinance, you don't qualify. That doesn't make any sense legally. They have been,
so,
We'd have to agree to rewrite it.
yeah,
we have
gotta
to have,
agree.
we have to
They
rewrite
gotta
it.
have first reading, then you gotta have
Yeah,
second
second
reading.
Yes.
The first thing it's gotta be is put on the agenda for that.
and we don't have that.
Not today, we don't.
And it's not just the county commission, it's the zoning board that has to approve all that too. That zoning regulation is as complicated as it is for a reason. It was meant to be very difficult to change. And it has been successful in that regard. Whether that's a plus or minus, that can be argued one way or the other.
I think Luke's trying to make the point, when are you gonna set the wheels in motion?
Well, I think we did today when we said, let's bring that guy here and let's listen to him and at length. I'm not married to that ordinance at all. I'm for keeping it current. And if we need to apply it to smaller operations, that's gonna be a difficult decision. Where do you draw the line? We drew the line at one time.
Right.
In 1995.
I will add my 2 cents to this thought process. I have relayed Jim's voice as a constituent. We're also, and not disagreeing with you, Jim, but we're also treading the waters of being discriminatory. And that is somewhat speaking against my own motion. But I have to be neutral and honest about what we do here. So.
My suggestion was not, we just need to get some groundwork done. That's all we need to do. And it's easy enough to do as commissioners and as zoning boards. Hey, let's just stop and hold our breath. We're not holding our breath for 2 years or 10 years. It's until you folks can settle down, look at some rules that will apply to these small farms. When you have saturation, is it saturation in Campbell Township? They have 2 barns that are gonna affect 7 out of the 8 farmsteads. Is that saturation? Is that environmentally suitable for you people sitting here? I realize, some of you are not gonna be next to him. But you don't know that. If you live in the country, you're open for anything. And then you understand, these people that are putting up these barns are only interested in one thing: profit. It's the only thing they're interested in. The more hogs, the more profit. And there's always, they'll find somebody out there that's a little high, in the high category of finance that are encumbered with it. They'll find those people. It's $50,000, they're kicking a can down the road. But then down the road, everyone will still be there. That's a sad thing. Protect the people that are there.
Jim, you're acutely aware as a longtime commissioner that we don't make those environmental decisions. Those decisions are made by the Department of the Environment and Natural Resources.
But
We go by what they say. They're the ones, and the water board, they're the ones who decide whether or not this is environmentally sound and defensible.
well,
And we take their word for it. I'm gonna take their word a lot less seriously than I used to, now that they're a division of the Department of Agriculture. However,
I understand that, but you look at the direction that things are going in here. Used to be able to go to DNR and get some decisions. They don't make decisions anymore.
no, it's the Department of Ag.
It doesn't matter, they quit doing that. When you first came out here with April, and we had the 50,000 head feedlot out here, remember that? Some of you guys? They took that website down, you couldn't hardly find it anymore.
Well, they certainly made lots of decisions in the Pipestone project. I got to had hearings at the courtroom for 3 hours.
Well, like I say, you're only interested in one thing. If they build one across from your driveway and you haven't done anything, I'm gonna fight and say, well, you should have seen it coming. That's all I'm saying. But I'm not asking for more crime. I'm I'm just asking to delay the approval of any new construction. That's all we're asking
Well,
for.
that's a moratorium. We don't have any authority to do that.
Yes, you do.
No, we don't.
You don't?
No. And if we do, and you as a commissioner, why didn't you do it?
approve one here for the pipeline?
Jim.
That's my question. You
Jim.
approve one?
I do think this needs to come up. We need to review our deal, and I have a thought on what the main reason I see. We have several areas in the county that are just plumb starved for water. One south of me, one north of Jim's up here, one other that Kent Bumber showed me on the map the other day there. And Webb Water Line comes in from the north, but they don't want to come any further south and service anybody. We're kind of saturating all of our rural waters, getting depleted out. Our well waters there's the shallow wells are hard to come by anymore. It's just the way it is, especially near a drought situation like this. But given that and taking that, when we're letting these large quantity permits out that are going to have large uses of water, I don't think we have the right to permit somebody to take water away from somebody else that's already exists there. And so far as I can tell, the way our ordinance is set, we don't have very good control of that.
We don't have any control because we hand off that control to DENR. That's their obligation. And that's why they were, and the decision was so important in the Pipestone decision.
I hear you talking, Jim, but I ain't hearing it happening. So that's my point about maybe we do need to look at this, not only from the aspect of how many or the saturation point, or just, the basic elements it takes to run these places. Is there enough here so it doesn't harm our other people that live in that area? Whether it's 1,000 head or 2,400 head or 12,000 head, whatever it is. I know the high end, we got that covered. But on the low end, when there isn't no water there isn't no water there. So what are we letting more people go in there for? They should have to prove that ahead of time. Not to them, to us.
So they have to prove to the DENR and the water board before they get a permit.
On the topic of the DENR, Kent Woodmansey, the director of the feedlot division of the DENR in Pierre, his exact quote from a meeting in Watertown was the DENR imposes minimum standards, and it's up to the county commission to impose any restrictions above our minimum standards. And that's exactly what he told us.
And the minimum standards are the federal standards that they're handed.
Yeah.
And if we want to be more restrictive than that, we can't be.
That's
So
our,
we can't do it in a discriminatory manner.
I don't disagree.
Okay, so Jim's motion specifically restate it because it wasn't very clear to me.
To put a moratorium on these 4 proposed hog barns that Iversons have a concern about until we review our zoning ordinance and see if these are acceptable to Hain County anymore, I guess.
Can I ask a quick procedural question? Do you really wish to use the word moratorium, or do you really want to say that you're asking that we pass an order directing Jamie to not issue those permits, even if they're in order?
That is,
Even if they're in order.
that is exactly what the request would be.
Okay, even if they're in order under our ordinance, which is in full force effect.
Yeah.
So we're telling her to ignore our ordinance.
Don't forget to call the lawyer at the same time.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
But you could put a time frame
Go
of
ahead.
90 days or 120 days, There's something, you can do your review.
Is that a request?
Can I have a time limit for a second, please?
A what?
Time limit for a second, please.
Well, let's
Is
just
that-
finish this.
Is that a request for a deadline to a
I may
moratorium?
reject that because the boss is standing.
Can we-
I would say.
You gotta, why don't you change the, let's figure out what you got going on here.
Yeah, because it's been long.
First of all,
Right, there's no second yet. We don't really have, it's already changed 3 times. So what do you got? Let's start over.
Is there a request?
Yes. I don't think we want to ask you to put a hold on those four others.
Okay.
That's highly discriminatory.
Okay.
And that's really not necessarily what we're asking. Because perhaps a month from now, in some other corner of the county, someone else is gonna pop up with 4 hog barns. And so it's not just for us in our area, but it's for the whole county that we're concerned. Obviously, we're concerned because of us. And that meeting that Jim was talking about in Watertown, DNR also mentioned, these big hog corporations look at our zoning ordinances and they're laughing at us because they can get around all the conditional use permits by, okay, in Han County, you can do whatever you want if your barn is 2,500 pigs. So we'll put one here, we'll put one here, we'll put one here. We have the exact same impact on the roads, the exact same impact on the environment, the exact same impact on using water resources. But nobody's gonna do anything about it because we tricked you. Instead of building a giant one, we built 3 or 4 and spaced them out nicely. But it's the exact same thing as a huge cable.
Director Woodmansey's exact words were skirting the rules.
Yes.
Got a question in the back, Greg?
I don't really have a question, but a comment. And eventually it's gonna affect everyone. As the dog farms come in, who are they hiring in the barns? They're using our roads, so we're gonna have to repair the roads. Eventually, we're gonna have to put another language in our school, and your tax money's gonna pay for that. It just doesn't stop by a neighbor being touched by it. It goes beyond those boundaries. And when there's lots of them moving in, then it will affect everybody.
Okay, with Eleanor saying that the moratorium against those 4 hog barns is discriminatory, I will withdraw my motion.
You could rephrase it.
We've tried that about 3 times now.
Why don't you just use cable? That applies to everybody. Pigs, cattle. And it cleans it up. And not so discriminatory.
I'm afraid we're gonna go back to Jim's same argument that we already have zoning ordinance in place and to stop people in their tracks until we decide to do what we're gonna do. It's my feeling that maybe we better get our butt in gear and work hard at reviewing our zoning ordinance and not be discriminatory to new buildings. I guess that's where I'm coming from now.
All we're asking is just to delay the construction. That's all we're asking, you know. And you certainly have that authority to delay the approval. In Jamie's office. You have that approval. It's not saying they're not gonna approve it, it's just delaying it.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Jim, I don't see the support here that you and I are gonna get that done, so
Well, that's too bad.
that's being honest with
Let's
you.
walk down that bridge and we tried, we're not gonna get the representation we had, down the road, you know, sad. Because they're gonna build 4 barns, you know, and they're gonna affect 7 farmsteads out of 8 in the township. You gotta think about that too. Whose lives are you affecting? Everybody. That's the sad part, you know. And I realize there's a feeling out there, so across from my driveway, I don't care. You know, that's what it's bad.
Why don't you call for a vote so we know how everyone votes? You guys are supposed to work for us, let's hear how you vote.
What, there isn't a motion on the
Yeah,
table.
we'd have to have something, we'd have to
Vote on.
re-motion again, we have to have something to vote on. That's, my take on it is we would have to have a motion to vote on it. And we gotta have a second on a motion before we can vote on it.
Just plain politics.
Now,
Sorry.
to be honest with you, Ray, we have to be neutral, as neutral as we can be. That's,
Okay, I see we adjourn for a minute. What do we have?
Well, what's the next subject that's coming up? So that maybe these guys don't want to stick around.
Right,
We're done with.
We're kind of done with the planning and zoning section of it.
and we have filed with the PUC to be interveners.
Yes.
So you're gonna adjourn that for the college or whatever, commissioners?
We'll just adjourn as the zoning and planning committee.
Would you like to schedule another meeting for whenever we're gonna meet with that guy? or-
Well, we have to decide
We know
what his availability is first. So,
Okay, if I can draw your attention to the consent agenda.
yeah, that'll take a minute. You guys good? Are you okay? Yeah.
Basically said, we don't have the authority.
Oh.
Well, maybe we don't. We're gonna have text. He threatened us. Basically said, it was what we were doing. We don't. We're sticking with that. They don't care.
What's that? You want to start? Or do you want a motion?
I'll make that motion. Motion that we adjourn.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We're gonna reconvene as the Hampton County Board of Commissioners.
Okay, consent agenda, you have the registered deeds financial statement for February. The second item never materialized, so we can ignore that. You'll be approving the minutes of the March 1st meeting as they were printed, presented. You'll be approving the claims and vouchers, payment of the bills, the beverage license application from Miller Speedway. And then we have another one, but it was only turned in today. That's the highway store, but I would only ask you to approve the Miller Central Speedway one.
We got the money and everything from them for the.
Yeah, it's in order.
Okay.
Do you find the minutes of March meeting all right?
Say it again.
Has anything gone wrong with the March meeting? Okay. I'd move to approve.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, Arlen did his annual 911 report. He's got a presentation later on. So basically, we just want you to be aware and have an opportunity to look at this on the agenda. Remember, we were facing that situation where the 911 fund was starting to swell beyond what other people thought it should be. So ultimately, his spend down on the radio project didn't total what was anticipated. So there's still quite a bit in there.
It wasn't anywhere near.
Oh, I'd say it's about half of it.
Oh, there you go.
Now we're here. See you later, Arlen. Unless you got something you want to add? No, you want to? Okay. I mean, seriously.
Well, I.
Two friends. I'd say it was great.
We'll let them figure it out. Well, I'm gonna ask you to have a special meeting. It's not gonna be that far.
Oh, no.
I'd say the word.
All of it.
Where are we at?
Arlen, you have anything to add? Or are you guys here to have a party?
No, I got a copy of it.
So it didn't cost me as much to do
No,
as we thought. What was the big?
I did a lot of it myself, installed it, saved us some money. Didn't need, we went big because we thought we were gonna need more stuff, and as we got into that stuff we didn't need, so we didn't purchase it.
Downstairs, if we're not coming back in, it's just really bad.
And it,
It's a lot.
right around 60,000 total by the time we were done. Some of it was purchased last year too. Here's a copy of the report.
We got it.
We got it.
Oh,
So what was the deal that they thought we had too much money in that account that we needed to spend it down?
yeah, so when the government starts seeing that there's a surplus of money sitting there, it's not, you're not using it. It's supposed to be used to update your equipment, and it can only be used to update your equipment that communicates with dispatch. So that's our Huron stuff, and then obviously local sheriff's office. But when they start cutting money and trying to figure out where money's at, when they start looking and seeing these budgets sitting there with that extra money in it, and that it's been accruing for a while and we haven't done anything with it, then they start looking at ways of not giving you so much money, using that money somewhere else.
Yeah, they start salivating.
Did you open that night yet? I don't like leaving that door closed.
Yeah.
It just makes me uncomfortable, like we're doing something suspicious. But I don't want to be loud in there either.
I think the sheriff got it quieted down.
Yes.
They can open it back.
There's still some in it, right? Like 48,000 or something like that.
It says your ending balance is
43,000.
43,000.
894.51.
So that'll keep them happy for a while.
I hope so. There's still some more stuff that we can update. I need to do more research on it and see if it's a viable option, if we really need it. Possibility with some of the stuff Shane's doing with his Zerker, and if we can tie some of that into dispatch. So looking at some of that. So yeah, so we cut it in half. It was over 100,000 when we started. And I don't want to run it dry either, because if we have to
Right.
fix something where normal wear and tear insurance will cover, if lightning strikes in one of our towers, then insurance will cover that. But wear and tear, these repeaters that we have, we had 20-some years out of last one, so in 20 years again, we'll be looking at repeaters. You're looking at anywhere 3,000 to 5,000.
And they don't accrue very fast up here, if I remember right. Our
No,
funds there, so
no. So 90% of it goes to here.
here.
To pay for the 911 dispatching, PSAP and all that stuff. So, that's it. Is there any questions on it?
No.
All right.
Did a great job on the burn out there.
Thanks.
Super. That's great.
Looks all day, we got it done.
Okay, Ty.
Greg, can we address that discussion about the gun range? Ty was part of that conversation. Can we throw that in with Ty's? I'm basically just relaying information to the board anyway.
Yeah. I don't see, well, I suppose. Really, we should probably put it in our work period. But
Whichever you want. Can you hang around for a little bit, till the work period? Because we're gonna discuss that meeting we had the other morning with the Corey and the guy from the state.
what do you got?
I was just, new, like, summer hours, if you wanna keep them the way they were, or I got a list here,
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Remember when we had the long discussion about whether it's every other weekend, whether or not it's every even or odd weekend? Whether it's, how is the public gonna know whether
That
it's
ain't
last
gonna-
week? Huh?
that won't be an issue now, because it's summer hours.
They're going, he's switching to summer.
Okay, but how is the public gonna know that? Are we publishing it?
It's on the website.
Only on the website.
Yeah, and on the
A lot of
board,
old people don't know anything about websites.
and it's on our board out there. I got posted.
Yes, I got 2 people complained to me in the last month that they had to drive out and find out what the hours were. I know it's on the website. There are people who would be,
But how are the old people gonna find out anyway? I mean, well, some people don't get the paper either.
There will be a lot more likely to be resource people. That would be website.
What do you want to put it in the paper every month?
What days, what the government is open on weekends.
Well, Jan made a comment some point previously, I don't even remember when, but didn't you do like a clip and save kind of
Did you put it
advertisement?
in there?
We have in the past, we don't anymore, they put it in as illegal this last time. It just went in as a line thing about this big. in the
I think we
paper.
need to do more than that.
Do a clip and, have Jan do a clip and save, because she said people cut that out of the paper, they stick it on the side of the fridge, and then they know.
Good, I'm for that.
Yeah.
You got.
Don't buy it.
So what's the two,
What's the two different?
That'd be closed Sunday, Monday.
But
why is there 2 different?
Whatever you guys would wanna.
Oh.
Or, like, that's what I was going at as far as hours, if you wanna do it differently, or
Which
however.
one would you?
I guess I kind of feel like it's yours too.
Yeah, what would you prefer?
The top one is the one I would
That's-
prefer, and I was talking to Ed, and he wants, part-time hours out there. So if that coincides with Ed, having part-time hours.
Is he 20 hours a month?
It would be 32.
You sure?
Total a month, for 6 months, for
The
the
second-
summer hours.
The second proposal, Ty, is 9:30 in the morning too late to open up? Do a lot of people come right away in the morning?
No,
Okay.
they don't.
I have a hard time believing we gotta keep discussing this. It's open twice as much as it used
Well,
to
that's
be.
be-
It don't
You
take
would
very
really like
long
the
to get
top
from
one?
one side of this town to the other. It ain't like you're driving across
Put it in the
Minneapolis.
or whatever, put it in the paper.
It ain't like you're driving across Minneapolis to go check.
That's
Just across town. My God, it's open twice as much
You-
as it used to be.
I take a picture with my phone every time.
Two, how many people live
When you want.
Town.
When you get.
1,000, 1,500, you got 2, and we're talking about them
Does he
2.
need, does he
Some
need a
drivers
motion
are
on his
what?
hours?
I wouldn't think so.
Nobody else.
We ain't here to
knows what his hours
represent 2
are.
people, we represent them all.
So I can't answer that question, because I have no idea what he's submitting.
It doesn't matter though, really. I mean, it does, but we don't have to approve his hours.
Next year, if 2 people complain about it, we'll change it.
No, we won't.
Okay.
Jesus.
Maybe there's more than 2, but I don't hear
Well, maybe it was 5. I don't know, 5,000, maybe it's 5. Maybe.
Does he need a motion to?
When you,
Last time you guys did.
we did,
I'll make a motion.
starting when? Sorry.
When do you want to start?
Right now.
Starting right now. I'll make a
Summer
motion
hours.
That he moves to his summer hours, and his summer hours is gonna be this top. Everybody looked at it, the top
Next
one.
to the other one.
What? Yeah, just put an X through that one, that's no good.
We don't want no confusion here as far as 4 blocks. and
Your
all that.
hours, your summer hours start right now,
Yeah,
and
put my initials
And
on
there'll
it.
be a new on the website, new one for.
And how long is this gonna last? Summer.
how long do you want this to run? If we're gonna do that right now,
6 months.
6 months.
So it'll be in.
April 1st,
Through
October.
October.
Then we go to winter.
Yep.
Okay,
And then there won't be part-time tax, basically, I take cover
that's
up.
my motion.
okay.
Can I second?
You can.
I think I did.
Okay, second. Any other discussion?
And then there was one other thing, is
We're gonna do the hour. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. What else?
as far as whoever's on the new site, the flags have gotten moved, so I need to have whoever did it come back out and reflag it or wherever, so I can put a fence, corner posts put in and stuff like that for the new.
Why do you think someone moved it? Do you know any idea?
They farmed it.
Oh, okay. That would move.
Combine went right through it.
So,
So
we have to.
There should be, if it was it surveyed, Doug? Do you know, did they survey that new?
Yes.
There should be pins out there. There should be, metal pins drove in the ground. That'll give you the markings. If they surveyed it, they drove pins. You don't have to get a metal detector to find it, because you don't want to have to pay them guys to come back out and resurvey it again.
I was just wondering if there was a local, if there was a local surveyor or something that he already knew where it was.
The plat, if I'm not mistaken, will have GPS coordinates of each pin, so you can get really close.
Yeah, I can get a metal detector and find it.
But I'm
I didn't
saying,
know. that.
It'll get you close.
I'm saying the GPS coordinates will get you really close, have Arlen come out there and GPS it for you, whatever, that'll get you close enough, so you aren't searching all day with the metal detector.
Hi, you can use the new GIS map and pull up your plat
Really?
of your Cannon County Rumble site, and it will give you the exact coordinates of where those pins are located.
And if you look at your phone, when you walk over there, you'll find it.
So that GPS is-
Yeah,
All right, that was
if you
all.
got
I'll
smartphone.
Huh?
If you got smartphone.
Yeah.
You look at it when you walk over there and it'll tell you if you're there or not.
Any questions for me then?
Shoot, I don't wanna make them wait for that though, really either,
What's that?
a discussion for the firing range or whatever, but
So I'll throw it out there, I don't think it's gonna require a motion.
no, it's true, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's not really anywhere out there, yeah, let's just talk about it, be done, so you can,
Want me around for that then?
just hang out, we'll just talk about it quick, be done with it. So what,
The gun range?
the gun range,
Thursday, March 31st at 10:30 a.m. I met with Corey Floor, and I don't remember the gentleman's name from the state that handles grant writing about the gun range at the old Rebel site. Ty had some concerns about the way John Dunlap had originally laid that out, about the direction he was shooting. Somebody is building a new house straight off to the north of where those two back rifle ranges were gonna be. We talked about turning the thing so it's all east. If it's all east, we're shooting right at Rich and Becky Nelson. And we talked about turning it off to all of the ranges would shoot northeast, east, northeast to northeast. Just in some of this discussion earlier today and holding up future development, is anybody gonna wanna build a house outside of the city limits anywhere downrange of that gun range?
I thought the gun range deal was a done deal because they wouldn't buy the land.
Elton's recommendation was they gotta buy the land. A few people have told me, being the state specifically, Game and Fish, saying, no, you will not have any liability, whether we buy that or lease it, you will not have any liability. They would, what, do you remember the terminology, Doug, that?
There's a statute that exempts people from suing because they're using a public shooting area.
Okay.
Falls under.
But when their shooting range runs out of life, who's gonna get to clean it up?
Yeah,
Well, we will always have to maintain what's underneath the ground, whether they
And if
take
they,
possession of it or not.
and if they put these berms up and they've shot in there, we're gonna have to clean that ground up. It's, to me, unless they're gonna take it and own it forever, I don't think we should get involved with it, because I think it's gonna be in the long run a cost to the county.
now, on that topic, Luke, I asked John Dunlap, I said, why don't they build this thing at Jones Lake? I said, it's a couple miles out of town, within access to everybody or something. Pardon?
I ice fish there and I don't want to get shot.
Oh, they said it was because
Have your shack shut.
the Game and Fish was concerned about the runoff into the lake, the effect of the lead runoff into the lake.
There's a lot.
So
A lot of the counties have that at the Rebel site. That's a
Yeah,
pretty common thing. It's not.
Is lead toxic, Jim?
I think so.
Okay. He's our physicist over there, he knows what's toxic and what ain't.
So, being as well as
He been to college.
we can't decide on anything, this wasn't on the agenda, I'm just relaying my, contact with, Game and Fish. But they are still pursuing, or will pursue doing a gun range if we want to. If we decide as a group that we don't want to, we better put that on next month's meeting and either agree to move forward or head this thing off the path so they aren't doing a bunch of work, you know.
I wonder if they can make an alternative backstop to them rather than just dirt.
Well, they even talked about maybe, they said it would depend on the downrange danger, obviously. They said they could build the berms and then put deflectors at the top of the berms again. And we also discussed, if we set that thing in there at an angle, then that would leave Jeff some room in the corner for concrete rubble or whatever. And then we discussed also maybe tree spading in some trees to keep any errant projectiles from going towards the golf course.
I always wonder why they didn't set some reefer trucks, you know, them old reefer trucks end to end through the, you know, that's a backstop. Yeah, just blast the shit out. Most of the lead would end up laying in there.
They didn't sound like they were
You know,
interested
give
in
them
buying,
away.
but they would.
They take it as a
You can put tanks of water inside.
Well, I don't-
Leak out.
No, they won't take it because of what's underneath it.
That's what I say.
Well,
It's
Elton,
worth the property. Why would we just deed it?
well, Elton
Still,
said,
they don't want it. We'll still be responsible for it.
when I spoke with Elton about it, he said, whatever we did there previously is still our responsibility. So they're not really accepting any liability. If we buried something we shouldn't have buried, it's our responsibility yet anyway, so.
Or if something surfaces, I asked that question now too. Once something starts surfacing, what happens then? We go fix it. That's what
I was thinking if you're gonna go through with it or investigate a little bit more or whatever, what about if you put it in a lease agreement that if you're gonna build the berms, do all that, when the lease is up, you gotta go back to what it was
Either
redo the
release or clean it up.
and clean it up.
Lease again, not release. Lease it again or clean it up. That could be written into the lease, I guess. I've stated many times, I'm in favor of a gun range close to town. That might be too close to town, I guess, I don't know. But I do think gun range would be a good thing to have for our community, but
I'm in favor of the gun range too, but I'm like Luke, I think it needs to be written in there that they get to clean up on the end of it. If they ever abandon it, they gotta get it cleaned up when they leave.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
You're saying if we made a gift of it to them, they don't want it under those circumstances.
we don't know that.
Well, we're always gonna own what's underneath that, whether we give it to somebody or not.
Like I said, we're not on the agenda with this topic, so we can't decide anything.
You only need one party to sign a deed.
Do you wanna
For
arrange
not even-
getting that on next month's agenda, Doug, and we can discuss it then, see if there's decisions to be made, but I'm just relaying what we talked about, you know, so you guys are up to date with where we're at with this discussion.
I wouldn't mind building a house out there, I can have no more babies anyway. I knew that.
Okay. Thanks, Ty.
Yeah. Our 3 o'clock is not that big one, so.
Okay.
Like that, Luke?
Jamie.
That was pretty good.
That stopped
Okay,
it.
this is just gonna be easy, we just need to do the resolution for the GIS fees. Before we do that, I would offer to you, I can get you guys, if you guys want a login for yourselves. So you can log in and use it yourselves. I mean, you are commissioners, I don't know if you want one, but let me know, I can get you a.
So I've used what I've,
Right, but you've never logged into it. Like when you log in, you can see like the soils, you can see sale history,
okay.
just basically what we would.
More information.
More information, what we're asking people to pay for. But as commissioners, you know, do you guys want that information?
Sure. Is this just boilerplate, the amounts that are in the resolution?
But
Where'd you come up with these dollars?
You know,
150, 20.
I, worked with Darren from First District, and he actually gave me like Hamlin County and what they do.
So this is normal.
Yes, this is kind of based, he kind of asked that we kind of stay the same as the counties that are utilizing First District, so that it's kind of uniform.
Uniform.
Yeah.
I move for the passage of resolution 2022-12.
Did you read it?
Yep.
Well, I didn't bring mine.
Well,
I have it right now, right
too.
here, maybe it's in.
Well, it's all right. We got it.
You see the read there?
I went through it last night.
Okay.
That was pretty,
And it's
I
pretty
did the
standard,
question.
I did a lot of research as far as fees across the state even,
Second.
even with Beacon and stuff, it's right there comparable.
Got a motion and a second? Any other discussion on resolution 2022-12? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Everybody speak.
They all-
It's a resolution.
Aye.
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 You.
Thank you.
So that's through this resolution, so all the way we gotta access it, it's all the same in most of the counties.
Yes, and basically we have an agreement for them to sign,
Give me a couple
everything is
minutes.
listed, and then they'll sign
You wanna do it
basically a
now or-
form, and then we'll,
As soon as that,
One time.
now is this
well,
time
depending
to go?
on how they run it, you know,
Right,
Darren
talking
is gonna
here
time-
anyway, so we
time
don't-
Yeah, unless you wanna wait a
buy it
half an hour.
today, you buy a year subscription,
Okay.
it'll expire
break.
next year on.
We'll take a quick break then.
Okay, does that make
Is
sense?
that,
She's done.
so these are just years?
So there's
So you'll come back here every year?
That's all included in that resolution?
No, this is forever.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
This is
just-
forever.
It was just a
That's how they
certificate you were signing up, it's gonna, you get it every year.
Yes, or whatever subscription you purchase.
Yeah, cause you got
There's-
different, for how many people are.
Yes. So,
I was wondering where
do
you guys,
you want one, Moses? Okay.
whether you did that. I'd like to go in and look at it.
Sure.
See it.
Okay, hey, you know, I'm not gonna come back now, okay? I'm gonna go back to my office, and have a good rest.
Have you had a fun day so far?
Thanks.
Well, I had to take off my sweater, it got a little warm.
Oh my God, it did get a little warm, you're locked in.
Oh. And Jan, do you know what that weird?
I sat down and his winter hours. I sat down with the calendar and figured out what his hours are.
You know what, I'm fine, you know, and then it's there, walking.
This, I think, is the problem, my opinion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days before
Right.
why he's not open. Where, when this is the winter hours and it has to include
Did you give us 5 minutes, sir?
every
How
day.
long?
Yeah, something like that.
But, so we're gonna do summer hours.
How fast can you get back, Jim?
Pardon? So, pardon? No, I'm sorry.
Yes. No, but they-
And
Speaking of which, how do I get the county expert? I feel about the country.
no, I just have to tell you.
Good one.
And then
Up here.
up here.
Yeah.
I just threw a couple of county extras. Just
Floor.
yeah, take, well, and we throw a
Say, you said next to the middle.
Somebody likes somebody. So yeah, I think that would be,
Yeah. still can't log in under my personal account. It says my subscription's expired.
I didn't talk to,
Sometimes technology's not good. Yeah, how you doing back there?
sometimes.
Good.
Why weren't you here at the beginning? Smarter than you. Maybe I should just slip it over there.
Do that again.
I did like him.
Oh, fun and games, huh?
It's not too late. I'm gonna lift this up. I want you to put that underneath there, so it stops sliding around. Boom. Just like the crazy Russian hacker. Boom.
I will insulin to go with my candy.
What were you having?
I will insulin to go with my candy.
A little boost,
Pardon?
a little shot of nitrous.
There's some things, in that assessor's office that are a little hard to contemplate.
A little hard to what?
Kind of hard to figure out, like setbacks between cities and counties. Like people talk about, we got gentleman's agreement or we've agreed to this, but none of it's ever been written down.
I have the same thing. It's been a practice for so long, but it's never written down.
Right. And we got some land sales going on over in that country over there, and I know we're on break, so we ain't talking county business here. But people want to know now, this is in Han County, it isn't in Washington city limits, actually. It's Han County, it's not been annexed, whose rules we follow by. It's pretty obvious to me as county. But yet we're within,
Stone's throw.
I mean, just on that side of the fence, it's city property, is there any allowances there? Well, don't appear to be any in writing anywhere.
Well, we had it one.
Well, you used to have a 3 mile here, and now it was Miller, and now it went back to 1. Last I knew. But as far as I know, none of the.
Originally, way back when?
No, this latest change is to what?
0.
No, it went to 1 for a while.
And then now it's 0. The city, Joe Zeller came.
Oh, yeah,
personally.
he ex-nated us out, so now it went to 0 now, so now we got possession again. But none of this stuff is ever in writing here on our side of it.
Right, because we still have plats where they want the city to sign off in case they develop it. But then the city representative came and said he was authorized to say they don't have an interest in it. So it's.
Remember about 3 or 4 years ago, we negotiated with the city at great length and finally came up. I don't remember what the fuck it was, but it was.
There was 1 year, or 1 mile.
1 mile.
Yep, and then it changed again and went to 0.
That might have been an idea.
Well, it's certainly a matter of public record. I
No,
know
it
the city
isn't.
took action
Yeah.
afterwards and.
Ready? But it's not in our.
And then Joe Zeller came back and said that they had talked about it and they don't want any influence outside the city limits.
That's a whole nother subject. but
Yeah,
We
for
certainly
another
need to
day.
update that.
We'll throw that in with the handbook.
Okay, before Jeff starts, I gotta tell you that I mistakenly put in this work order for consultant services with Altig. That's not what it is. It's actually a contract letter. Oddly enough, it's entitled a lump sum. It's a contracting letter agreement for engineering and engineering-related services between Coble and the Department of Transportation. Well, they'll do consultant work on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 structures
Bridges, you mean?
Yes. And so I thought it was Altic's deal, but Brad contacted me yesterday and said, no, that's not my deal, we did that already. And so what you're gonna be looking at is this document, which Greg has in his folder. And basically, it's just part of that whole process we went through last year to identify the bridges that or structures that need to be replaced. So it just requires a signature. So when you get to the part in the agenda where it talks about the work order, that's my mistake. I-
Disregard this, this isn't the
I
proper
listed it
document.
completely wrong, because I was looking at a different document. So if you don't mind, since we just covered that, if you would take action to elaborate the sentence.
That's the agreement on the
Is it in
seven
order?
structure.
Yeah.
Is it in order and proper?
Yeah.
It's okay. I don't, we have him sign.
I'll second.
Did you catch all that, Jan? Let's read that up.
Pretty much. It's not all good.
Oh, yeah, that's a different engineering firm.
Sorry I never showed up to help, Jeff, but I heard it got moved over to somebody else. More
Yes,
dependable.
second. Thank you.
I second.
Give it.
I second.
All those, any other discussion about this? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Same sign? Motion carries.
There's a signature page for you.
Couple of them, right?
There was one mistake on that, Doug. I called in and had the correction made. I'm not gonna sign that or sign the new one,
On this,
but on the structure list.
on the lump sum thingy?
No, I got the wrong structure. List, but they got this one. This one here.
256.
One of them should be spectral. We made the correction, sent it out to office.
All right,
So he may be getting another.
so did you guys copy that?
These two,
Yep, they have one bridge in there,
Right.
that needs to be replaced with a different structure,
so
so
we don't have that.
when that comes in, then
Sign.
we'll proofread it.
As amended.
Sign.
There you go. Yeah, that one back.
Paper overload. They have papers for papers on paper agreement.
Okay.
You say as amended.
Okay,
Yeah, the rock and bridge is pretty much nothing else to report, the box is ordered, and it's the double full report.
how soon do you think on that? Any idea?
He was thinking July area now. So, which won't be the worst. And planning season be done, once the spring be done, we get things.
And did we make some improvements to that other road that's been flooded so people can get through?
Yeah, it's pretty good shape right now with water
Just
down
wonder
there,
if you
can't
can
use
fix
it.
my bridge at my place.
Yep, it's okay right now.
It's a little hard to get there. Any chance to get my bridge fixed? Can't do it.
What's the next one there, that one on?
Oh, we needed to. do
That's
the
a bad
bridge
place.
relating to Harrison Bridge.
What's a bridge at my place?
Thought we did that last time.
I don't think we were gonna do it, but we had it on the agenda, so we pushed it.
I'm hoping,
Yeah.
I'm hoping I
Is
get
that how
a
it
coyote
played out?
out there
I
with
think
it.
so.
Okay, I don't have that one.
Okay, I'll bring it up.
But basically, it's just to show that it was completed.
That is a
Just to
hand.
show that we're gonna leave it off the bridge list,
Oh, okay,
because it's a culvert now, it doesn't reach the 20 feet, it's still kind of big.
all right,
We won't have to have it inspected.
all right, let me see if I can pull that up.
I think once it falls in, it'll go off the list.
Now, is that on the
Township road.
Are
It's
you doing
not
the
closed,
budget
it's an
work?
open township.
Yeah,
Yeah,
But I mean,
It's fenced off.
So I'm
but I mean, there's not.
gonna tag in on
Unless
Jeff's
somebody
budget.
goes up that hill or something.
What I want you to keep in mind is that while you're processing his budget with all of these bridge projects, that inflow of general fund money that we typically do at the end of the year, we maybe need to do that earlier in the year, so that he has the funds available to do those projects, pay for them without having to come here to have them put back in there.
900,000.
Yeah, roughly. Because, you know, we always wait till the end of the year to see if there was other disasters that took place,
Yeah.
but at a certain point,
Maybe.
we're always playing catch-up instead of trying to get ahead of things. And so what I would propose is that in July, we do a transfer,
Of about half.
yeah, maybe half of that, so that he can pay the bills
Or at
related
least
to.
catch up.
Yep,
That makes
July.
sense.
yep. And
So
then,
it's more of a biannual instead of.
You got
Right.
everybody?
and then what he's doing is budget for 2023, make that part of the plan. So you would see his budget would grow considerably, but it would be from those general funds that are going over there.
It'd be far more realistic then.
Very much.
Instead of
more
being way in the
realistic.
hole and then coming bounding out.
Right. So just keep that in the back of your head that instead of being reactive, we want to become proactive so that these projects don't fall on your nose for lack of fun.
Boy, that looks ambitious.
I'll work on
You get one, Dan?
it. Been working on it for a while.
Which one you going to first?
We'll just talk about that first, the spreadsheets. I got all of those there. Next page is the map where the roads are. And these are the projects that are for 2023 is what we've got on the list. And then the third page there is gravel projects. And if you want to spend time, you can look over in the last column, the planned years and the miles. Roads that we need to get gravelled, and then there's also the map. And then the townships are the same way.
So this is like a time slot from a long-term plan?
Yeah, look, the right-hand column,
Yeah, I see there's some 23s, 24s. Is that what you mean?
26, 27, 29.
So is this what you would submit to the state?
This is my own.
Oh,
I
this
give this, I do give this to Gregory, and then he puts it in his own format for the state. And this is mine, I like this one better. So,
And the townships, they've got, every township's got X amount of dollars.
yes.
When that's used up, that's it.
that's it. I did not put that shit put down there, I forgot I was gonna do that. But, anyway, the budget request on the second part that I handed,
Budget?
yeah, all those numbers will correspond with the spreadsheets. 'Cause I took that, what was coming up in the spreadsheet, and I just correlated that with the numbers and put it on the budget request.
Did you get quite a little of your graveling done this winter?
We did.
I see you guys running all the time, and I thought, man, that'll be a plus. You know, it's kind of a drought, but at least you get run on them frozen roads if you can.
We did a lot of ground.
That was a win-win. If we're not spending money on snow removal, plus get a bunch of extra
Yeah,
graveling done.
I'd rather spend money on diesel fuel to gravel than
Yeah.
blow snow off,
Exactly.
blow snow and gravel off.
Snow and gravel.
Doug, is this the document that you were asking us to have more input in, more interest in, we as commissioners?
Actually, his plan here,
Oh, this,
because then that translates into these numbers. So this is really a summary of what his plans are there.
okay,
So in order for you to make sure that he's got adequate funds to do those projects, then you would see it on the budget summary sheet.
okay, so you were wanting us to be more involved in this than we have been.
Well, at least so that you're aware of what's coming, so that when he comes in and says, I need more money, you understand what it's for.
Okay. This is certainly worth saving.
Oh, yeah.
And you basically, this here can be made new every year.
Yeah.
Because
And, and if everything goes according to plan, I'd be amazed, but sometimes it does. That is,
well, you gotta have a plan.
yeah, we do. So,
Do you budget your overtime with history or just by golly and take a shot, or how do you budget overtime?
Overtime, I actually put that in that top line there. I added it in the bottom.
Well, there's a lot of difference between fully staffed and understaffed. You know, understaffed, your overtime is gonna grow enormous. Fully staffed, it shouldn't grow that much, but You hope anyway, unless you have a bunch of snow removal. or
That would be
something.
the only thing,
Yeah,
basically.
Are these for our approval or for our edification? Just educating us?
Just, yeah, just for you to.
Just to educate.
Okay.
As you can see, his supply line item, it's a large number. We talked about it a little bit, but that's your increase in your fuels and whatnot. I think a lot of it pretty much, isn't it, Jeff? I mean, your oils and fuels.
And in that supply line, you have your gravel, the gravel piles that are.
Those back 2 pages cover the supplies.
yeah.
So,
Cause we stockpiled quite a lot of gravel now. I know you knocked a pretty good hole in it this
We're
winter.
huge hole.
we're actually out of gravel and stuff in town, but the crushing's coming this year, so I got a lot of money budgeted to put stock out back up.
Yeah.
We don't want to be caught without gravel.
Oh, just like this year,
Yeah.
you had a perfect chance,
This is
but you
where
needed to
on
have it on
supplies,
hand or
he's
you
got
weren't gonna
broke
get it
out
done.
where. So that, because the supply, yeah, because the supply line is, it's a big number. And this way, we kind of know.
How many of these projects are gonna be, asphalt ones are gonna be cleaned out? They're gonna be-
Oh, there's about 12 miles this year, but it's gonna be thin over there.
Do you think we're getting efficient use of our dollars that we have invested in the fund?
We're still putting those roads together for less than half of what the chapter contract.
So it's good.
Very good, yeah. And, you know, when you hire that stuff, then they come in, they put the lift on top of the road. We're going in there, we got a mill up, we're digging out the soft spots, and we're building up the base.
You know, when
We're making a road, he's making a road out of it.
we
That's
purchased
gonna
that
stand up.
pug mill, there was quite a little talk about putting gravel down with it. And how you can pack it and make a better base if you put it down with that pug mill. Is that even feasible or does that take too much time? Or-
You know, it actually works pretty good.
I didn't know if you even did it or used it, you know, but I knew some guys who were interested in it. Cause they wanna know how much we're using. It's like, well, it's paid for it now.
I think this is a
Thing
great
of beauty,
document for
but-
me.
The first time we tried it, we didn't get it back, we got our experts, we got flips, and we get it back in the rain, we got a
Yeah.
kind of cement truck stuck in the road the next morning. Other than that, it works good.
What would you be part
Gas,
of that expense?
all would be is a gas ballpark that we've saved since we bought that fund mill,
Oh, we,
without having to pay somebody else to do it. How much have we saved?
we're saving $100,000 a mile every time we put
100,000 what?
a mile, every time we pave a mile.
And how many miles have we done?
Almost 30, just with the thick overlays.
So we've saved $3 million by
Yeah,
spending 350,000? That's the best deal we ever made.
You could go down history, but like they were talking. But when they were talking about that, putting a lift on, you know, if you only wanna put 4 or 6 inches of gravel on that road, you don't end up with a foot in one place and none in the next place with however the graders were. It just looks like that thing would work, but I just didn't know how fast it was doing it.
It's, you know, if you're just on a gravel road, you can do 2 miles a day real easy. You know, hard grind, and sometimes you're lucky if you get a half a mile, but this machine is meant to grind up a 2-inch overlay. It's just not done. It did enough. It's not enough machine, but for a dry road like we know that, gravel roads, if you wanna mix them up and get them hard enough, put some concrete with it, works beautiful like that.
Has the city ever asked us to use that, asked if they could use it?
We actually did grind it by the community center there a couple years ago. Yeah. But that was it. No, we did by the library too. One of our first jobs.
If I want to make a suggestion, I think we need a chart on the wall, like Gibb just suggested, so we can document everything we do that goes down in history.
Well, you remember some of the discussions we had about that. That wasn't a week long, it wasn't a month long, it was 6 months to a year and a half long before we finally signed off and bought it. And then we're all now, you know, and it's a learning curve. Everything's a learning curve. And Jeff went through the learning curve with it. But now it's getting pretty progressive, you
We
know.
save 10 times as much money as we put out.
And just think we wouldn't have did that, we'd really be broke. Jesus. What is the setup fee to have them set up for the mill? Wasn't that like over 100,000 when we buy hot mix from the state?
Their
Well, we'd set
mobilization
up,
fee.
do hot mix.
Oh, to do the hot mix, well, yeah, just the mobilization fee was $100,000. That was the low side, between 100 and 200,000. And then at that time, it was $150,000 a mile to put it on. And I'm just about betting it's over 200. I know it's over 200,000 now.
But that's where he's coming up with the savings on that. And then you had to do that by appointment. So
Yeah,
whenever they set up, you had to shut everything else off and go do it.
With their person.
Yeah, no, that's good. No, this is very good, Jeff. I like this.
See if there's anything. I didn't put the bridges on here, but I guess I didn't take the time to do it. There's a lot of money coming down the pipes for bridge funding, and we'll be on top of that and getting those in there.
But your wish list isn't very big, it don't look like to me.
The debt service, it's not, because I'm trying to hold out. And I haven't heard yet what they're gonna do with the graders. The city of Sioux Falls, I'm hoping they're gonna buy new ones, or at least new ones, let's go, let these go, but.
So you're trying to save your bullet for that deal?
Yeah, I want to have a good down payment to sell the old ones. I'm hoping we can get into 4 graders with 1,000 hours on them for the price of one new. That's what it's kind of looking. But I haven't got the numbers.
I know these guys are working on with you, and I like to see that truck deal on there all the time, because I think with as many trucks as we run, we need to keep them updated. We can't get that far behind again. That was sad, you know.
I've got one that I really like to replace, so I put that on there. The old Ford rigid freezer. It works, but it's running all day. I'd like to replace that truck and put it on the water truck and see what comes up.
There's a lot of things that go into our highway department operating as efficiently as it does. Like Jeff made a comment one time about talking to a highway superintendent from another county, and Jeff asked him where he got his used trucks from. He says, "What's a used truck?" You know, they don't think about shopping for anything decent used. They just spend the taxpayers' dollars and buy another new one.
How are they ours?
Huh?
That's where we get ours.
Yeah.
You've gotten a lot of them from the state.
Yeah, we've gotten really good. That's some of the best equipment we've got for cost wise. It's work. For the money, they're really good.
Any chance you could get that bridge or that work order for that bridge?
Oh, for the Iris Bridge? Yes,
I can't find it.
I can get it. I got a copy.
Can you bring it back?
Yep.
Thank you.
You got it. That's all I got. Thanks, guys.
Very good.
Thank you, Jeff.
Doug?
All right. How would you guys feel about moving the meeting next for May back a week?
Back a week.
Yeah, they put our auditor's workshop on the same day as the commission meeting.
Sounds like an interesting move.
Which resulted in a lot of negative feedback from across the state, but it didn't change.
We would actually move it forward.
We would move it forward. And you don't want to go into April.
May 10th he's talking about, right?
Yeah,
That would be moving it forward.
Yeah, well, I guess it's a matter
Well,
of.
he was saying.
Basically Doug's saying, should we change the meeting to May 10th?
yes.
As long as we have proper public notice, there's no problem with that, is there?
I can't believe they set up a meeting.
Yeah.
It won't happen next year.
I guarantee you that it don't. No, I don't have a problem with that.
I'm okay with it.
Is that just consensus?
Yep. Then I have these pieces of property to declare surplus, so. What this is in the hallway between the treasurer and the auditor's office is where the server is for the offices up here. And while cleaning it, I found these old modems, and none of them are even close to meeting today's standards for operation, and 2 of them wouldn't even line up, so. There's basically a D-Link, switch, an Li Telson switch and 2 3-count switches that I would like you to declare surplus so that I can remove them from the inventory.
Or then you're gonna have to have them appraised
No,
I'll make that
they're
motion.
junk,
by the department head,
they're junk.
so we're not gonna try to sell
No.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
it. Go ahead.
Armin has to go for it.
Who's got it?
Jim.
Jim or Jim?
Jim, that's Jim.
JJ.
Yes.
Any, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Pose same sign. Motion carries.
All right, so these, I want to do these ballot boxes separately, because these probably do have some potential to be sold. And there's a bunch of these. I took just a crude count based on what was in the picture. And here you see a variety of these little square ones. Those are about a foot tall. And then the next ones with the pink labels, those are about 18 inches tall. And then there's some 18-inch tall cylinder ones, and then there's some like 10, 12-inch tall cylinder ones. If you declare them surplus, then we would do that appraisal process, and we're gonna try to sell them online. But somebody might argue that they've got some historical value, but quite honestly, in the 28 years that I've been here, nobody's ever expressed any historical interest in them. So if somebody wants them, they can preserve them at home, I think.
Is this surplus by virtue of the fact that we have fewer polling places?
This is surplus because they haven't been used.
That's what I mean.
To my recollection.
They're antiquated stuff.
We don't, I mean,
No, actually, if you look, the slots here don't even accommodate our current.
Yeah, they won't.
The ballot would fit.
You'd have to fold.
Would there be any reason to keep like one of each style for,
We could probably keep the best one of the litter,
Or not.
or not. Well,
no?
we could build a locker system in here and Jim
You
could
put
put.
Hey,
a drop box. to
if
put
you wanna keep one of
in
each
out by the
style.
doors.
Give it to the museum.
To
they
before
don't, they don't have room for it.
I'm interested.
Well, then don't do, then don't,
UPS
I just want to get
They'll
them.
go work in the dog ground.
I'll declare them surplus.
I'll second that.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Pose same sign, motion carries. Anyone else have any more to get rid of? Make sure you guys are, other department heads, make sure you're thinking about things to get rid of and get them to Doug. So you get
a lot.
stuff cleaned up.
They're working on it, they're working.
Okay, so the next item is a resolution 22-13, which is to destroy payroll records. The destruction thing that we get from the state says that we should keep 4 years, but I'd like to keep 5. So if you would please pass this resolution giving me authority to destroy them. I have to burn them.
I'll make a
Social security
motion.
numbers on them.
6 years old now.
We approve resolution 2022-13.
I will second.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, it's a resolution, so we'll roll call. Gibb,
Aye.
Luke,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
aye.
Why does the IRS make you keep all your records for, what is it, 7 years? We can throw all this stuff up, 5, 4?
Well, this does not contain IRS records, it's just internal payroll. So like Jeff's here now, so I can pick on him, there's a box up there of the little time cards that they used in his department from the 60s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
That's a long time.
we're gonna need a bigger incinerator. Just kidding.
Burn barrel.
We went through our workman's comp audit, and basically this is the guy that comes, he scours through our payroll records and finds out if my estimates were true. And it turns out my estimates weren't true. And so we ended up with a $2,351 bill, which got split up amongst the different departments, so like Shane and Harlan. And what was his name that just left? Jeff and the rebel site. They are counting, even with the rebel site, at Jim Testerman, I think it was, worked 1 shift. And they added it because it was a paycheck, so.
I guess they were thorough.
Around it.
Do we do
Yes, they were
it
thorough.
through the state or do we do it private company?
With private company, it's through the South Dakota Municipal League. So anyway, our workman's comp went up with the regular bill, you might remember that, now it's another $2,900. It's kind of painful.
Perfect.
That's all I got for you.
We're not doing anything about that, do we?
I just wanted you to be aware of it.
Just pay more, just pay more.
Just
Do we do it private?
Just
sector?
Yeah, I'm good.
I used to switch
My
every
part
2
might
years.
help them go down.
Yeah.
I used to have to switch every 2 years, because after 2 years of the sale barn, they'd work their way up, and somebody else would buy back in at another rate, and you'd go again, about every 2 years you had to switch. I don't know if it works that way with the county or not.
Arnold,
Oh, we looked at him already. There's no humor, is he?
This is dessert.
Yeah,
Oh,
so if you recall, last month I brought up a wage or scale wage pay scale for my office. And just want to know if you guys had time to look at it, if you had questions on any of it that I could address.
So you're gonna put that in your proposed budget?
Yes.
I wish it would have been in there last year.
You guys still have copies of it or do you?
I don't have one with me, no.
There's no link on there.
there's no, it from last year, last time.
My wife would say, it was sent home as homework.
I do have it.
I have it in here from last
It is
time.
my homework.
Yeah. Mine was too.
And, yeah, I didn't make any extra copies, I got a mess here.
Should be.
2 hours.
I don't have any questions. I looked at it last time.
I don't either. You know, I just, it's quite a plus to have them in ahead of time though, instead of at the 11th hour. I just don't want to look at them no more at 11th hour. I want them in while we start working on
And
it.
last year it was 11th hour.
Yeah, on quite a few of them it was, so.
I had mine in March last year.
I thought yours was quite late.
No, mine was. I actually handed 2 of them in, I had, if it didn't change, and then the request that I had in. Actually, no, I'm sorry, the $2 raise I had in there, and then I also had the $3 raise that was requested. But I did have that in March of last year.
One of the things you find sitting in this chair is if they start, and it's not your fault, but if they leak in a little bit at a time, you try to react to them at different times instead of as a group, it's hard to get a consensus anywhere. And I think you could see that.
Right.
You know? But that shouldn't be held against the guy that turns his in early.
So my question to you guys, do you want me to put it on the agenda for next month, so I'm here again, or?
I think if you just put those figures in your proposed budget, we'll deal with it like everybody else. It's just nice that we have forewarning that there's gonna be substantial difference.
And
Requested.
And there's quite a bit to it. And some of you may not have known that there's this many classes and certifications that go with this title. So I wanted to make sure you have time to go through that and be able to ask me questions on any of it.
The proposed raises would be connected directly to when you get the certification.
Right, and I wrote it in there that they have to plan for it, so, if you qualify for it in October, you gotta wait a whole nother year, because you gotta budget it in. So they can't just go, oh, you made it, because you got your last classes in, you got certified, but you didn't put it in your budget, well, now that increase is gonna throw your budget off, so.
Are you,
write it in there that-
are you looking at getting these certifications in the near future?
Yes, I will, and that's one of the reasons why I wanna get it done, is because I will qualify for one of them by next year.
Yeah.
That I've been working on since it started 3 years ago, a little over 3 years ago. And the second qualification is 5 years, you gotta have 5 years in before you, and then all the classes, all the time, the experience has to be in as well, so. In the future, it should help, say I move on, the next person that moves in, it may help, entice somebody already qualified, because they could come in at a higher wage, but if you get somebody that has no experience, it still protects you, you can start them at that base rate. So hopefully it'll, in the future, entice somebody that's already qualified to apply for the job. Any more questions on that? Jim mentioned the burn. We did burn off some land back there where the flood issues are in the edge of the building.
We still don't know what all that plastic piping is, it's all piled up out there.
That's on private land, it's some PVC pipe or something.
Is that not gonna be a problem in the event of a flood?
I would say, yeah, it's gonna float away.
I think so too.
Not really sure why they put it there.
What a poor place to park a bunch of trash.
Yeah, so that could end up floating down the river at some point if they leave it there. They're doing it's on private property, so I guess. So yeah, we did, Miller Fire Department with the help of several other departments that come in for some extra training. We were able to burn that off one day and dig from, as soon as it was dry enough to burn it, till almost dark when we finished. We did have a couple adjacent landowners that requested to burn off some of their stuff, the creek bottoms, so they could maintain it themselves. And so we were able to do that. They actually donated some money to the fire departments for helping them out, so that worked out nicely. And I guess I don't want to see that on what they're doing, if they're gonna change some grades or what, but there is some stuff on Stobbs' land out there that could be burnt if weather allows for it. They did get it mowed down, so they can actually see what they're doing in there. But I don't know if we'll actually get it burnt now that the weather's been the way it is. It's a little too dangerous to burn off too much stuff now without perfect.
Tomorrow sounds like a great day, wouldn't it be?
Well, it burned fast. We wouldn't have to worry about much of anything. You know, the trees and the houses and all.
Yeah. 50-mile-an-hour winds, right?
I prefer not to have that.
Yeah, let's hope not.
The one last thing that wasn't on here was, you know, a couple months ago, we talked about a building possibility with the money that came in from the state and the act, the COVID stuff. I don't know if that's something you guys are still considering or.
I don't think we've thought about it seriously at all since I haven't, since that time.
Okay.
Well, we were talking about at the weed office on that lot.
Yeah, that, a new one, or I do have leads on an existing building.
That one, GR.
No, different one. But until we know if we're gonna move forward, I don't wanna make it public. But the price and stuff, I think I've told a couple of you.
So we were talking about a county building that wasn't full.
Yeah.
What building was that we were talking about? Somebody was gonna check in on that.
The highway department building?
I don't remember. I remember it was a building and I can't remember. There's something parked in there part of the time, but there was nothing else.
I remember that.
I remember that, but I don't remember who was gonna check on it. It's not been you.
No,
It ain't
me.
drawing nothing loose in that head, so.
I just wanted to bring it up, that money's available at 600 and some thousand. The possibility in the future. So, see if we're considering that or not.
We had discussed a little bit one time about our emergency vehicles, which would be Shane's department, Arlen's vehicle, and the county in the past, when they tore down the jailhouse with the 4-stall garage, whatever underneath, promised those departments, or probably not Arlen's, he didn't exist yet then, but the sheriff's department, that they would provide some protection for their vehicles, so they don't have to go out with icy windows on an emergency call. I was just thinking when I pulled in here today and parked, there's been discussion thrown around about maybe building off to the north. We could put a 4-stall garage right in the northwest corner of the parking lot. We're not gonna lose anything more than the thickness of a couple walls, because those vehicles are already all sitting out here anyway. You know, for as far as storing the emergency services vehicles, so they're in a garage ready to go, and it's mostly addressing bad weather. But anyway, just that was a thought. Like I said, I pulled up and parked at the far northwest corner of the parking lot, a low eave 4-stall garage there. You're only using as much ground as what they're already using to park 3 or 4 emergency vehicles anyway. And that wouldn't cost a lot of money to build a small garage there, I wouldn't think, but just a thought.
Didn't we also discuss briefly the possibility of making a substantial donation towards the purchase of the next ambulance?
We had that discussion.
It was discussed.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I'd say.
There's a lot of places.
Could group check clear over the whole parking lot out here and then we wouldn't have scoop snow. We can, we didn't have scoop snow this year anyway.
You gotta have a key.
Right, that's all I had.
Okay, thank you, Ernest.
Thank you, Ernest.
That's economic development right
Well,
I haven't talked to Will since the scouts really disappeared. My God, well, you were busy.
Well, we can talk about that if you want after I got the last information on that yesterday. So, first thing on the agenda is service contract with GNR Controls. I have our service contract with them renews the 1st of next month, May 1st. Here is the contract. It's for $2,970. It's to do the maintenance on the 2 boilers. Frankly, what we're buying with that is access. The first year I was here in 2018, we did not have a contract with them, and their hourly rate came out to about the same amount. But what we're buying, if we prepay them in April, if there's a problem with one of the boilers, they make us a priority getting out here.
We don't have to bid that because it's way under, right?
Correct.
right.
They used to give us like a $10 an hour break or something if we had a service contract. That's the way it started out, is that it's still a factor, it's not.
But no, my understanding is it's not.
So you're recommending that we?
Yeah, I recommend it. You know, we're gonna have to keep those boilers going, we need to break them down and service them every year. And, they're 20 years, now, we're gonna have to do some more repairs on them this year. But my recommendation is we do it. A new boiler is gonna cost $75,000 3 years ago. Who knows what it's gonna cost now? And those things are infinitely rebuildable. If we invest this money yearly, it delays that kind of expenditure down the road someplace.
So the service contract, actually, that will cover the labor tearing those boilers apart and
Yes.
reassembling them. Probably isn't covering parts, is it?
It's not covering parts.
No.
Typically, we don't need, and they're servicing the burners and the fuel system. So typically, we don't need parts. Typically, we haven't, but as time goes on, we're gonna need to. Now, this time, we're gonna have to do some repairs because the south boiler is leaking. One of the heat tubes has leaked and water's coming out onto the floor down there. I noticed that I switch them off every month. I run one a month, and I noticed that when I was running the south boiler, I was losing water out of the condenser tank, and one of the steam valves was leaking. I turned it off, ran the north boiler, and just as a test, I turned the south boiler back on last week, and
Mine had heard within 2 hours of turning it back on because it leaked so bad.
what was it? Yeah, because of the chemicals in the water and all the water ended up, I turned it on, went to lunch. She calls me 30 minutes later, it stinks. I come back and there's water on the floor, so I turned it off. What appears to have happened was there's a leak in one of the tubes in the south boiler as it developed while the boiler was running during last month, and water had just evaporated out of it. Now that it wasn't hot, it wasn't turning to steam, it was running out onto the floor. We got 2 boilers, I did not call them. If I wanted to make an emergency call, I could have called them and said, hey, we got an emergency, but we don't need to because it's gonna be $1,000 for them to come out here and take the front off of that thing, right before they touch it. Just getting out here and taking the boiler apart is gonna be $1,000 bill. So I turned the north boiler on, we run it for the rest of the season. Unless, of course, we do have a problem because we have a contract with them. If something happens during April, they'll make it a priority to get out here and fix it. Hopefully that won't happen.
I move we approve the service contract.
I will second.
Okay, now yes, sir.
Discussion?
If we bought a new boiler, we'd still need a service contract on it.
Yes.
right? And, does it make any sense to update one of the boilers?
Well, essentially that's what we're doing right now.
I know
Because
we're fixing them.
fixing them. I've looked into it and the cost is just so prohibitive because to get the stuff, to get the boiler out and get it in, I mean, it's $35,000 delivered. It's another $35,000. Now this was 3 years ago. It was another $35,000 to install it.
I hate to break the news to you, that ain't gonna get any better.
No, it's gonna get worse, but
You know, I'm being an advocate here.
I have thought down that line. What's happened with this, the north boiler, we've not had any problems with. The north boiler was installed in 2005. The south boiler was installed in 2001. Last year, we replaced 3 heat tubes in there. It's got 77 heat tubes. This year, when they take it apart, based on past experience, we're probably looking at another $3,000 in repairs to it. That's just a guess, based on what's happened in the past. If we can't get a boiler certified plumber out here while they're doing the service, they'll plug the tubes that are leaking. We'll run it through as long as it's less than 7, because we can only plug 10% of the tubes. If it's less than 7, which it probably is, and they can't get a plumber out here to fix it this year, we'll plug it, run it through next year, and then fix it in 2003. I think what we're dealing with here right now is if we are spending this kind of money every now and then, we spent $3,000 last year, we're probably going to spend another $3,000 this year. We're keeping the system up and going. I've looked into completely changing out the heating system, but this building was built in 1926 and it's finished in 1926 and it's got concrete walls. And our the sister building down in Iowa, they spent $500,000 putting a new heating system in, and frankly, it's terrible because they put drop ceilings in every place and ran the ductwork through that.
My only question on this is, if you go in 20-year increments, it's kind of life cycle, whatever way you want to say. And the one's just cracked 20 years here, 2001. The other one went in 5. You space the steel out a little because eventually, I don't know if it'll be hard to get them or they'll even be selling them eventually. I'm just wondering about an update like a roof. Don't try to make a 30-year roof into a 50-year roof. We found out how good that works.
Yeah.
So stage this out and plan.
Well, and I think the way to go about it, when I first was looking at those repairs, when we didn't know, we thought that we might have to do repairs on the south boiler, a complete rebuild on the top end of that boiler then was going to be in the neighborhood of $17,000. If we stage it so that a big part of the expense is getting that thing apart, and when they come and service it, they being GNR Control, they have the thing disassembled, and then we have somebody like Midwest Plumbing who did it last time come in and do any repairs to the plumbing inside of it. Then we can. Instead of spending $16,000, $17,000 year before last or last year, as the problems develop with the tubes, pull the tubes out, put new tubes in. We don't it's infinitely rebuildable. I think based on just talking, one of the things I've done talking with GNR Control is how much longer can we keep these things going? And their attitude is we can keep them going indefinitely. It's a simple system, just replace the tubes and keep the burner serviced, and as the parts on the burners go out, repair that. I mean, we could probably get another 20 years of service out of these things if we just keep on top of it.
Okay.
And that would be my recommendation is that now, when they get that thing cracked open, if they were completely mistaken, I'll come up here and say they're completely mistaken. We won't know that for sure until they get that cracked open in July. But my recommendation is to rebuild it as needed, and that way we're talking about some years no cost, some years $2,000, $3,000, $4,000.
If you put a brand new one in there, would it look just like the old one?
Yeah. Same company. I mean, listen, it's essentially the same. They're still making the same boiler, I understand.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no. Respect the job you're doing. Thank you.
So here is the contract to be signed. The next thing is,
Yeah.
It's all done.
Motion,
It's all done.
Did we vote?
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
if you'll give that to Doug, I'll just deal with it later, that's tomorrow.
Yep.
The elevator, we are, well, I am, here's what, let me just collect myself here for just a moment. The elevator.
Sounds expensive.
No, well, it is gonna be expensive, but here's where we are, and we've actually made some progress. This last year, we've had Otis out here once, and the Schumacher elevator has come out, and they came out 2, 3 times. The last time they brought the vice president, their general contractor, and their electrical contractor, and they went from the top of the building to the bottom of the building, literally, looking at the elevator and the electric that go with it. They have come up with Schumacher Elevator have come up with a list of things that have to be done, and they have forwarded those to me, and they have forwarded them to Randy at Pearson Harris. And Randy is working on a scope of work.
What?
A scope of work. So the scope of work will outline what needs to be done to replace the elevator. Once we have, and I'm hoping, now, it would be nice if we would be able to have a final scope of work done by the May meeting. But realistically, I'm pushing him hard. Maybe we can get it by the June meeting. Now, when we get a rough
price tag,
well, that won't be the price tag. This will be that won't be the estimate. That'll be the scope of work. And what we will do, and when I get a rough draft, and I'm getting to the estimate, when I get a rough draft of the scope of work done, I will take that rough draft over to the State Historical Society and confer with them. Now, I have been talking with them. I don't expect an issue with them. I have been talking with them since the beginning on this, and they are fully aware of that elevator is not going to be replaced as it is. But we can replace it with colored doors that'll match the decor, and the door frame, all the marble and all the wood, Schumacher has told me can stay there, that they can work within that. And they've also told me that they are recommending they just have to do a hoist system, which is in there now. The hydraulic system will not work because it will take a pile driver in the basement and it will destroy this building literally.
we're not talking about, when you talk about the door, you're not talking about that scissors affair.
All that's gotta come out. It's gotta be a one-piece, completely enclosed door. That's the only thing that they're gonna put in. There is no code in South Dakota about elevators. So in theory, we can put anything we want to in there as far as the code is concerned, but the elevator company is not gonna do that.
Is there a window?
No,
So that you can't see when you get to the second floor that I'm on the right floor?
no, you'll see it when the door's open and you're in the second floor.
Can we get one of them with roll-up door?
Yeah.
I can.
Well, like I said, I mean, if we can do it ourselves, they're just not, the insurance companies are just not gonna let them. And the state has been, the guys at the state have been doing research, and they're in agreement that, and we will present them with some alternatives, a brushed steel door or a bronze door, something along those lines. And they want, well, we need to have them involved in it. So, but they're cooperative. I've been cooperative with them, and they're on board with the fact that we've got to put modern elevators in there. So after we get the scope of work done, then I'll come back to you guys and present the scope of work to you. And at that point, we will advertise for bids to do this scope of work. And then we will get an idea of what it's gonna cost. And just based on what it's gonna cost a lot.
Way more than we had imagined.
No, I mean, what we've imagined is a lot to me.
Well, I think worst case scenario, we always thought happened.
Yeah, we're across somewhere between 400,000 and $500,000 is what I'm thinking. And that's just my guess based on talking to the elevator guys.
So when's the scope of work gonna be done, do you think?
Well, I think I would like to have it done by the May 10th meeting, but realistically, I think it'll be ready for the June meeting. Now, I'm gonna push it hard to get it done by May, but we'll see what happens.
Okay, well, thanks, Will.
Thank
For
you.
the great news.
Yeah, for all.
I did get the last numbers on the plastering job. All that's done. All of the bills have been paid. And I'm prepared to make a report on that if you'd like, or we can wait till May. Which would you prefer?
They're all paid.
What's that?
They're all paid. I know we signed some.
We signed
today.
Signed all today.
You decided you're gonna keep that plaster open in Doug's inner office that exposes the sewer pipes from the third floor.
Yeah, well, we're gonna put some wall over it, and
But so it's accessible.
so it's accessible, yes, sir. So that's for that's next year's project, unless we, of course, next year is gonna be the elevator project.
So
But
it's done.
it's done. The last thing, did you guys want me to go over the numbers that I came up with, or just send that to my point of contact? So, okay, all right,
I got a suggestion, Will.
sir.
Don't ever start again with, let me compose myself.
Well, gentlemen, I've been very frustrated with the elevator, but I think that sorry about that. I do actually think we're coming to some conclusion on this.
Sure.
So, do you have any other questions for me?
Time I get off this board, I hope I can take a ride in that elevator.
I don't think so.
Can I have a couple of minutes of your time?
Been talking about it.
Sure. Let's take a quick break.
Well, how about if we do it?
I know, sorry.
Yeah.
Sure. Because I don't know how long this is going to run.
Almost, so close. So very close.
Fine, yeah, just
I'm not gonna ask for anything that involves $1 million. I'm not gonna start any fights. Public.
Well, if you
Good.
It won't be disappointed, I guess.
We had a break. We had a break.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
He's got his team.
Going on the balcony?
sidewalk right here.
Are you going on the balcony?
No.
Hi.
Doug was out peeing off the balcony over there. No, just kidding.
They put the drains on.
I wish I had that much pressure.
Well, I was just sitting there at my desk, just working away nicely, and all of a sudden, I hear splatters coming off the balcony. Somebody was up here cleaning off the balcony. There was
Really?
piles of water coming off in the street.
Maybe Becky was over there. I told her, I wish I had that much pressure. Biggest pigeon I've ever seen. You know. For a pigeon.
And then it just again, I was like, all right, it's not exciting going on upstairs.
That contract. We have to address that. You have a second.
I don't know this week.
You got a year to go.
We just moved this week.
So,
We'll just have
So,
to.
no, right on the first year.
Did you find that advertised? Did you get a chance to look at that?
And
Okay, that's fine.
run through.
No.
Yeah, I'm close. I was just gonna put it, I figured it
We
would,
can keep those numbers down.
I figured it would look really nice right
Not
there.
something we're.
And there was zero point me trying to rewrite something that somebody had already.
It's
told me
into
not
the
to.
phone.
Not-
I don't think that. No, that it does, for some reason, we should get an uptake of that policy.
Every day, I start with a tendency that stays longer, so we saw it connected, forget that it's still.
You wanna use it here?
Oh, shit on that.
Talk nice to your local 4-H advisor. I might.
Does it have the inflatable tires, cross country with it, the one that comes on?
You reckon you paid the $35 to fix one, and I got one of those suckers fixed here not too long ago, it cost $35.
There's like $70 new.
I don't care, that was $35 for a stupid little bitty tire.
Really?
Yes,
That full size one, for $18.
I know, it was one of these.
Oh,
I also have that little tractor that I bought last year that Arlen has on his outpost.
you gotta go cross country.
It's got solid wheels on it.
Solid
It doesn't have sides on it, but it will hop off, it's
Where
just
we
that
headed to
flat part
next?
with the flat.
Yeah, I was thinking about just taking the wagon right up on my trailer and then just try it over there, take the wagon off. Burn. And I only have to pick it up twice.
I don't know.
I'm sure it is.
How much further we got?
That's good.
It's like I said.
Ben,
You'll know well ahead of time.
talk nice to your local 4-H advisor, she might have one in her house.
You could make one trip.
Yeah, I can alternate.
Mine and had them out there and be done. Make a little train. Right?
They actually do hook together.
They do go together.
I actually think I might know where the pieces to hook them together.
And that works kind of nice because, like you said,
Let's go, Pete.
it's too much for one, but.
Do we have some?
Okay,
Fill the rest of that out.
That's what I do.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you don't want to put it.
When we're waiting on this one.
You go too fast.
Because it wasn't on the agenda. So these are all done.
Yep.
And they are easy.
Fill in that one, obviously.
That if they're residents. So, you know, you really want to just go. You don't want to put your intent.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, it's your.
Shave and haircut, 2 bits.
My 4-year-old, I don't think I would trust her for it. She would be probably 4.
We just.
So is this the, this one right?
We just go with the flow.
Where's it get?
We,
This one,
You can go do.
we need to turn more. I said, yeah, different one.
Yeah, I'll put it on there.
You want to do this? Yeah, you want to do.
Terry, our
Okay.
custodian, she was around for the first time in her life.
Really?
Yeah. She said they've been giving for 12 years.
I think so.
Wow. Finally come one. 7.
That's dedication.
Just
think all the practice.
Wow.
Parts of where.
I think that was on purpose.
Okay, let's start. I don't know what you've got.
Here sometime today.
First thing I do want to pass out, it's not on the agenda, it's a contract for our E911 service between us and Huron Police Department dispatch. With this Zerker program that I got, we are going to run all of our traffic through them. The state radio can't access our Zerker program. We're going under Huron Police so they can access that. And that means if I run a traffic stop out here and it turns into an arrest, they can enter all that information right into my report and have it all downloaded, which is a lot of what the program is for. And we won't be able to do that with Miller State Radio, which is what we've been running our traffic under.
Anymore?
Yes, it will be 4.2. 4.2 has always handled our 911 calls.
Okay.
But when we run traffic, when we're not running it through our own office, if say past hours, then we run through state radio. It's free. Everybody has access to it. But they can't access our Zerker program. So we are going to run our traffic stops and self-initiated calls through 4.2 now. And with that, they rewrote the contract for their dispatch services. And they're not charging us anymore as of now. The only way they will charge more, it's in the contract, is if the calls for service rise by 50% or greater in 2 consecutive years, above the numbers given by Han County, which is approximately 600 calls that we would go through them per year. That was a high number, and that does not exclude the radio traffic that we would go through our own, which is Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. And then evenings when Colleen's here. And so it would only include evenings where we don't have Colleen and weekends. So if you take all of our calls, the ones left that are on the weekends that are gonna be going through 4-2 are pretty minimal. So I find it very highly unlikely that we will go 50% over that 600 calls for service for 2 years in a row. If we do approach that in 1 year for some reason, we can go back to dispatching through state radio for free, keeping our call service through here on the level. So that's been gone over with Arlen, and it's
How long does our current contract run?
They're annual.
Oh, it's every year?
Yeah, and so this would start immediately for this year. It's identical, except for what I just informed you guys, so I do need a signature on that if you guys just want to hold on to it. And, you have to sign it and the commissioner.
Do we need a motion to approve it?
It wasn't on the agenda.
It's not on the agenda.
I hope we
Yeah,
can
it was.
schedule
So
a
that
special
was-
meeting here
Can
soon.
we just have to do it by consensus? Authorize it to?
Well, I don't think there's any harm in expressing your opinion whether you support it or not.
I'm for it.
I'm for it. Sounds reasonable.
Yeah, thanks. Pass that along. Brandon is done with K-9 as of Friday. We're done with K-9 training. Sounds like everything is going very well. So we'll have him back by Monday on the road. Chelsea is back. Sandy is done with her part-time, but she will fill in. If Chelsea's gone on appointments or anything else, we'll keep utilizing her just if Chelsea's gone. I'd like to request, same with Lisa, we'll go back to her part-time hours now that everybody's back. We got Brandon back and Chelsea back, so we're back to full staff. So she'll just go back to her part-time, no more than 20 hours a week. I just request that Josh and I attend narcotics training in Deadwood, May 10th and 11th. That is the South Dakota Narcotics Officers Association training I went to last year.
That consensus, Mr. Chairman? Okay.
Good.
Sounds good to me.
Easy. That's all I got.
You chip that dog. You put one of them little finders on him in case he runs off, you can go gather him back up, like they put on kids and cars.
We haven't talked about that, but we could.
I mean,
That's a good idea. $100
I
is
think
a
we
big
got
investment.
deals you can hang right on them too, that it'll just track him if you run running across town, you can go chase him down if you got away or something, you know, I mean, you can find him.
Hey,
I was wondering
Yeah. There's a lot of complaints about that because people hang them on their kids' cars and stuff and see where their kids are going. I think it's genius.
Apple has an ear pad, I think it's called, ear pod.
Yeah.
Little round disc.
Oh, yeah, just a little disc deal like this, but I could see one of them hanging on, as long as he had to lose his collar. All right, went by the pump and back, let him off.
That's a good idea. We'll look into it.
On your daytime traffic that is taken downstairs when talking about telephone calls, are they almost all from professional law enforcement? How does the public know to call that number down here today? They just call 911, don't they?
Only if it's emergency. We get lots. In fact, we get emergency calls through the office.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, because people know us and they know that they can call us directly. That way, I mean, it's not the fastest should be through the 911, but people do call. And no, most of our telephone traffic is personal, or not personal, private. Administrative.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we're to our work period. Old business is some job descriptions on the 4-H.
Ann and I have obtained a job description proposal, actually a recommendation from SDSU.
It's the one that they use to evaluate the state program advisors,
Yes.
the ones that they.
We've been over, it covers everything we need to cover.
The only one that I questioned is the one that I have highlighted in yellow, that says developing published curriculum.
I think we can take that out.
That was the only one that when I read through it a little more closely.
The curriculum is theirs already, basically. They're telling you what you gotta do.
Well, their definition of curriculum is if I develop a program that is a smashing hit, and then I formally take it through ed tech and the communications department at SDSU and make it into a formal 4-H program that goes statewide.
So it wouldn't hurt to leave it in there, you're saying?
It wouldn't hurt to leave it in there, but that is one of the expectations that the state advisors are measured up against. I don't want it to sound bad, but I don't have to do, because I'm not a state employee, I don't have to do all of everything that they do. That's just the one that I questioned because they don't expect me, I don't get called to be on the committees and stuff like the state advisors do. Just because I'm a county employee, so they have other commitments and things that they have to do.
And they took that into account when they came up with all the language here.
Yes.
That she's a county employee, not a state employee. Also, as to form and format, you should know that she's also bound by all the rules and regs that are found in our employee handbook, and that's an adjunct to this, as it is for all of our employees. So that doesn't, the pay scale and what the days off and all that stuff, that's not part of the job description. But you're satisfied that this covers what it needs to cover? They are.
I think so.
So am I.
And plus there's all of the expectations in the MOU, the memorandum of understanding that we signed.
Yes, that too. And Doug was saying that, I think it was at the last meeting, that there are other positions that we don't have descriptions for, and maybe we would be well served to develop job descriptions for those positions in the future. But I would recommend that we adopt this as the job description for the 4-H advisor.
And it's not done, I'm not done with it because like the position summary, I was gonna use like what you advertise when you advertised the position since it was already written out.
Yeah, we can put that.
And that's just a matter of finding the original file and copying and pasting that in there.
That would be as amended.
Yeah.
Would be my motion.
And the work environment would be, that's just putting in that you work inside or outside and the physical. We basically took Minnehaha's job descriptions and this is the format that they use for it. And I didn't know if we needed to fill in all of those blanks or not, but those were all of the headings that Minnehaha County uses on all of their descriptions, and that was.
Was there any wordage in anything that you worked on between you and the 4-H leaders? I mean, like communications or protocol between your job and the 4-H leaders?
Work cooperatively as a team member with other 4-H youth program advisors and state professionals. Are they youth 4-H program advisors?
No, the leaders board is a county board. That's.
But are they not your advice? Do they not advise you? They can't tell you what to do.
Where did you read that?
Under develop and deliver 3.
The 4-H youth program advisor, that's people in my position. That's their job title, people in my position. That's my job title.
I kind of took that to mean.
This is working with other people in my position across the state and the state extension staff is how that is supposed to read. There is not anything in here that explicitly addresses the Leaders Association.
I was kind of in hopes of that, like there was be some verbiage of how you interact with the leaders or the leaders need to interact with you, sort of protocol. But, and I don't know if that's even possible. I just thought maybe that would come out of the works on some other county.
I should have grabbed my MOU because I thought there was something.
There is something there about it.
On that. I should have grabbed a copy of that.
Just so, because that was talk we had on how are we gonna intermesh and how are we gonna get along, you know, what's the deal?
This goes a ways towards, I think, very clearly defining who she answers to.
Right, I have no problem with this, I'm just saying that one element of that interaction, because that's a big part of that job.
Not that they're giving you direction, but they're giving you advice maybe.
Yeah, or how you interact.
Didn't you have a meeting with a consultant from SDSU about that particular thing?
We didn't explicitly list out point A, point B, point C. We just talked, this is a result of that conversation. This was
Okay.
the starting result of that conversation
With,
with Janae when she came to that meeting in January.
in January. I knew you had a meeting and I just.
Yeah, she came, her and Jim were both at our January leaders meeting. We had another meeting, quick meeting in February, and we haven't had a meeting since, so.
It was a good meeting.
Depends on which side of the table you're sitting on. I know.
But over time, you know, a lot of the discussions we've had over the years of how the interactions of them two entities, we're interacting with each other, and who's responsible for what, and who gives orders to what. And I like this, you know, it's a good job description of what you're doing, but there's not much of a job description of how you're to interact with them.
Well, we can just make that point number 5, and maybe.
So they have an understanding
Yeah.
too. It isn't just you, I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about the whole curriculum and how they have the understanding.
It might just be we need to put a point number 5 that addresses that in here, and it might be that they need a job description for what they're gonna do. You know, that's 2 separate. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mostly what this does is describe the family tree, so to speak. And who calls the shots at what level.
Yeah, I'm not denying that,
Okay.
but I think maybe we need to take it down another.
Well, then I'll withdraw my motion and we will add to section 5 that further defines and delineates exactly what the position requirements are with regard to interaction with the 4-H leaders group. And we can work on that.
Okay.
So let's,
Do you want to adopt this as it is?
for now, that would be,
In draft
it means
form?
nothing, yes.
Right.
Yeah, I would, okay, that's my motion. And we'll have an amended version of it. But for now, this would be nothing.
I'll second it.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Pose same sign.
Very good though.
That's good.
Yeah, all I did was
Yeah.
copy and paste this one, so. And because you moved the next meeting, you moved it from the 3rd to the 10th. I have meetings on the 10th, 11th, and 12th down in Yankton to go to for, the 4-H Association. Is that okay with you guys?
I can bring the amended
Right.
version to the rest of these
Okay.
guys and see what they think.
Okay, so I didn't know if I needed approval to be able to go to those, or consent to go to those meetings and stuff, but I'd be out of the
They
office.
just like to know when you're gone.
Yeah, no,
That'll be, I think it starts like at noonish on the 10th and gets done about noonish on the 12th, so it'll be a couple of nights, but meetings all day on the 11th and stuff.
Okay,
I don't have a problem.
thank you.
All right, thanks guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
The Railroad Authority,
This is just as simple as having an election, much like you pick your chairman and vice chair. What I've gathered, so if you want to nominate somebody,
so I know we talked about it a little bit last month, but it's something that was never updated basically, right?
right, it just got forgotten.
And how many we need?
3.
3?
Yep. And then next January, I think I would just put it in the organizational thing. Because they're supposed to rotate. So you pick a new one, replace an old one the next year, so every 3 years.
And typically there's really nothing, I mean, should say nothing.
There's
not a lot of
as of right now, there's
work.
nothing on the horizon.
I got a conflict, my brother's on the railroad authority. Should be 2 Rogers.
I nominate,
Conflict, that's an excuse.
My dad worked for there for 42 years. That's how he got on there.
Is he on the state railroad board?
He's on, yeah, it's a nominated thing that they put people of the city on.
I don't care. I'll tell. It's not a problem. Because more than likely nothing's gonna happen.
I'll do it.
I don't care.
So Luke, now, you just.
I nominated Luke.
Okay.
J&J. I know. They need three.
He's in.
They need three.
Am I the third guy? Is that what you just said?
J&J.
I nominate.
I'm the third guy.
I nominate Jim Ashenbaum.
I thought I got both in one swoop by saying
Well,
J&J. See?
I'll nominate Jim Jones, just pass the buck.
Well, who do I nominate?
You're filling 3
I'm
slots.
nominated. Do we need any, formal motions?
Well, Just
I
call for
motion-
other
I motion
nominations
and
3 times.
nominations to cease.
Yeah.
Cast a unanimous.
Cast a unanimous vote.
There you go. We're done.
Who seconds that?
Me.
Okay.
Boy, he's quick.
He's on it over there.
He didn't want somebody to nominate him.
All those in favor? Pose same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, so for Commissioner position 1, I have Luke Worthman. For Commissioner position 2, Jim Jones. Commissioner position, and these are Railroad Authority Commissioners by title. And the third commissioner position would be Jim Eschenbaum. So in January. It does sound realty.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in January, I'm assuming position 1 would come up again. And then you could railroad the same guy into that at that time.
That's him.
Yep. Okay.
All right.
Everybody like that?
Like it.
Me too.
Do have a choice.
Do we get to go to railroad commissioner school?
Nope.
That's a great idea.
That's in Heights Friday night.
Every Friday.
Every Friday night. And the train goes.
Okay, now we want to do budget. here.
Okay, so, just so you guys are familiar, do you all want a copy of this yourself? There's really only one master, so. Number one thing is, in discussing this with some other auditors, I wanted to find out from the auditors who felt good about how the budget process goes, what they do. And I talked to some that struggle with budget process and asked them what they do. And basically, there's a pretty sharp division amongst the different auditors on how easily this process gets done. But the underlying message is that it's not my budget, and I said that last year. It's your guys' budget. I just submit the budget I'm responsible for. So I thought this year, dip your toe in the water. You could help create your budget, because last year, the year before, and the year before that, I just did it. So on this particular line, what I did is, last year I recommended that we move like workman's comp and property insurance to the commission budget, because it was across the board, it applies to all the general fund at least, departments. So I want to do the same thing with postage. So my budget, auditor budget, has this big sum for postage, but it really doesn't reflect what I spend for postage. So I want to move it to your budget. So I would pull mine down and bring yours up. So money-wise, it's not going to change anything on the bottom line. And so I penciled that in.
But it'd make it easier for you to keep track of what
What
postage.
I actually
what-
spent for postage.
And whatever your other department spends for.
Yep.
Postage.
Because it's an item that is used across the board for all departments. And then the other one was the rental of the postage machine itself. This is a renaming. So basically what I need to know is right now, the CPI is 3%. So the current policy says that employees' wages go up by 3%. Is there any heartburn if we continue with that? Because that's what I told the department.
3%?
Well, the CPI, but that's the max on this.
That is the max.
That's
It's
what
also-
we got for max?
Yep.
And it is the max the state will authorize when they issue the CPI.
I'd say that's a perfect starting point for no matter what we end up doing, but for you to propose it, that would be the starting point.
Right. Because it gives everybody an opportunity to write it in there.
Right, okay, now, you're saying, see if I can get this through my face. That the state of South Dakota only allows counties
to budgetary
No, no.
purposes?
When the state issues their official statement on the state CPI, their max is 3%, which coincides with our max for use of CPI.
Okay, when the state says that, they're saying it's 3% or whatever it is. So they're choosing to believe something that isn't true
Yes,
by statute.
yeah.
By statute, we're putting a set of.
Well, there are
parameters
people
on
out there that believe that.
Huh?
There are people out there that believe it.
That it's 3%. We don't have any choice. We're stuck at whatever they say.
No, that's.
That's what we wrote in.
Right, that's what the current policy.
Policy.
So if you make $10 an hour, it goes to 10.30.
Okay, I think we should change the policy.
Okay.
They ought to reflect whatever the CPI is. Why wouldn't it? If we want to be competitive and have anybody remain working with us.
Well, the max is 3%, and that's what we're saying, we're gonna use the max. Where we end up at, who knows?
Because last year
For
we
him
were
to
at
propose a budget.
Last year was
minimum
1.4.
Right, last year's
Max is 3.
last year's CPI was 1.4.
1.4.
4, yeah.
And that's what we did. Because the reason we went with the CPI is for so many years, we were given nickel and dime. This way, it's a percentage of the wage the person's getting.
Okay.
Or the hourly
CPI
rate.
is Consumer Price Index.
But it's the state's CPI, not the
Right,
national.
it's not national
national.
CPI.
It's what the state picks.
Yep.
And they can only max out at 3%? Correct.
You mean the legislature has told the executive branch, you can't budget for more than a CPI of
No.
3? What?
What it is they tell the people in the Department of Revenue, which I don't know if that's a secretary position or what, but that when they issue the CPI statement for the state, that their max is 3%.
So they're telling them what reality is, even though it
They're
is.
telling them what the limit is on reality.
They might only do it 1.5.
Yeah.
But that's the
But what we're saying,
That's a joke.
what we're saying is we're gonna go to the max to propose a budget of 3%. That's where our starting point's gonna be. We're gonna put that. That's what Doug's saying.
It doesn't limit you. to
No, it don't
3%,
limit us to nothing.
But that at least gets us a place to start the
It's-
budget.
right.
That's where the budget's gonna begin. Does that make sense?
I don't quite follow the logic, but as long as the result is what I'm hoping it is,
Well, I
that our
think,
increases reflect reality.
I think she jumped in this year and supplemented the 3% and went clear to 6 out at the state.
Yes.
But she had to supplement it with a one-time deal to bump it on by there. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah.
So if she went to 6, when a lot of people are saying, well, 8 ain't enough, but we're at least gonna do a 6, So even at the state level, they superseded it this year because she had money to do it with. But what Doug's saying is let's have a starting point, and let's just start it at the max of 3, and then we'll work with it from
Okay,
there.
I can understand that.
Yep.
That seems fair.
It seems fair. It's a good starting.
Right, so I can inform the other departments to yes, the instruction that I gave them of figuring 3% is still valid. And so then the next two items are FICA and your Social Security and your withholdings, basically. And that's also a percentage based on what the result of that 3% increase would be. The workman's comp, as I told you, we were short in our estimate last year, then we got this other 29. And so in this particular case, last year, we budgeted $13,000. I'm gonna say we should almost go 20. If the trend continues.
At that amount, is that a biddable deal?
Absolutely, it can be bid at any amount.
I know, but it's at 20,000. I mean, normally we would bid at $20,000.
Well, there's an exception for insurance.
Is it?
Yeah. But we can certainly solicit.
But like when I was
Do
talking
you think
earlier, I
it's
had
a reality?
people
You're gonna
working
get
on
it.
Well, there was
contracts
just a
for 2
survey
years.
that went around
Because they
amongst
come
the
with a new
auditors.
deal. If you go to a different company. they
Municipally
bid that thing way
offers
lower.
benefits,
And it's all the same
companion
insurance.
benefits.
I mean, it's set up on the same basis.
With
And
the
then they
truck
grow out of
training.
it after about
So
2
we
or
got
3
three
years.
tuition
you
to
have
send
to
the
go
highway department, damn truck training.
Solicit another
It's
company.
included. So I still think it's a pretty good value, even though we're not, our problem is we have claims.
Right.
Yep.
They're just trying to buy business, Jim, the different companies. But by not throwing it out there to the public, they're just gonna delegate to us. Whatever they
That
want.
seems to me,
They want another
to me, you're better off figuring high and see where it ends up, and then if you have to
Right.
cut back something. but
So if you would,
You can't cut back certain things.
would you just write 20 in there? And then the group insurance, we have no idea, because right now, there's only 2 companies that are asking for information on health insurance. Risky Benefits and Dice are the only 2. So I'm not sure where that's gonna go. The debate on whether we're a small group or large group is already taking place. And when I got the instructions from Wellmark, if you follow the instructions, we're still a large group.
Yeah. And my understanding was, that different companies can have different definitions of what small and large is.
Yep, and that's why I reverted back to the instructions from each of the companies.
And we can't ask for bids that go beyond a year. Can we ask for a 2-year commitment at a price, a 3-year commitment at a
You
price?
probably could, but when I put out the bid, it was just for this year. Yeah, I would say it's too volatile to probably, I'm surprised we got fuel bids, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm happy we did.
Yeah, I am too.
And oil bids.
Even though companies would bid, we said we want a 2-year quote.
I mean, we can list it as an option in our next solicitation.
Can't hurt that.
Absolutely not.
It's
It's just ink on
The
paper.
worst they're gonna say, no.
Okay, so then the next one is the property insurance, and that's another one, excuse me, where we saw an increase, but again, that's related to accidents and claims. So we had pretty significant claims between the roof, the rotunda, some truck and vehicle accidents, so I expected that to go up. So right now, the budget for that was at 29.5. I would suggest going to 35,000 on that one.
Do we have any idea when we'll get those numbers in?
They always come after the budget's done.
Why not?
Yeah, that always makes it nice.
They don't
So what do you,
like
okay, so when you're figuring, you're kind of figuring high, is what you're,
Yep.
you're figuring we're high
I'm
enough.
figuring based on what happened last year and anticipating that it's gonna go up, at least by the rate. So then the next item is that audit expense. Next year is an off cycle, but they do have some fees that they charge to us. So initially I put in 15 for the actual audit. It came in higher than that, but I would go back to the year prior and put in $2,500.
2,500. What do they do in the office?
Sampling. And then we also have workshops. So the next one is a special line item that's for NECOG membership, or no, hand county development. And that's the on hand. And that was 30,000 because that was what you guys had agreed upon previously. So it's up to you if you want to break that agreement or leave it at 30.
Okay. And NECOG membership?
The NECOG membership is usually based on the CPI plus what we've been paying. And so I have that $8,200 in there for this year, and that was just pennies off. So I would say if you took this plus 3%, that would be a good.
About 8,500.
Yep,
Doug, do you know is Hyde County not a NECOG member?
they're part of Central District.
Oh,
And they are one, and I would agree 100% with Jamie too, is that they, to me, they're underutilized at
Yes.
NECOG. I mean, the resources they have available, we need to utilize them more than we do.
I've been part of the NECOG board since '97. And we're one of the few, the lowest counties that actually ask them for anything. Yep. The city always did well, but we as a county did not. Okay, the Girl South Dakota membership last year, this is a new line that I added because it is a continuing thing and helps you see where your money is going. They were supposed to be here at 3, they didn't show up. I'm not sure if that's bad news or good news, but they always ask for 5. We used to give them 500, and then last year we raised it to 1,000. And my suggestion is to keep it at 1,000, unless you want to go more.
I'd leave it at 1,000.
Okay.
Are we gonna discuss keeping giving that 30,000 to, that, or are we gonna leave that until budget time? If we're gonna-
This is budget time.
Okay, are we gonna discuss that, or are we gonna just leave it ride again?
on hand,
Yeah.
My position remains the same as it has been. Because of our type of funding, mandatory taxes, I want to be cautious with discretionary spending of mandatory tax dollars. That's my position, and it remains the same as it has been.
Yeah, and I have a position on that is it should come off a sense of need. If we really think there's a need within the county that we're gonna spend money on, a true need, you know, if they just show us a budget that supports that there's a true need. But if they got more money on hand than we got on hand, I don't know why we're giving our tax dollars over to a different tax entity that should be supported somewhere else. And so I don't know if that number is a $500 deal or a $50,000 deal, but I think it should at least be determined on a need basis, not just a random number that somebody threw out there. That's my thought.
Well, the need is what they say their set expenses are per year, what they pay their director, what they pay for utilities, what they pay for taxes, what they pay for office supplies, what they pay for gas and insurance and everything that every one of our offices has.
But we tax people and we use the county money to support this county.
I'm just saying they have set expenses. That's what I'm
Right,
saying.
but I mean, our expense money that is given to us through our revenue source is to be used to take care of the business of this county, not a church or a number of some other entity or even a city, you know. City of Rehites, we do not tax to help them out, you know. I'm saying if we truly believe there's a need there or a want there that this 5-member board has, that we think we should be supporting them, we should be able to come up with a number that we believe is right. Maybe 30,000 is right. I don't know. How much money? Maybe, do I know how much money they got on hand?
You're right, 30, because that's what they asked for.
Yeah, that's what the city asked for. I remember they were saying right there.
Well, on hand asked the city to ask us for $30,000.
Because that's their revenue source.
Yes.
The city is their revenue source.
Well,
Now we're becoming their revenue source by contributing, and I understand that. But can you show me the need?
So do you want me to invite them to come attend?
We
I
did
think they
that,
should
but
make
it's,
a pitch if they're gonna ask for money from us, yes.
and we're,
We ask for money we ask for a pitch every year from the, what do they call that? Not ECOG, what's the other one that we give money to?
Girls South Dakota?
Girls South
Yes,
Dakota.
Girls South Dakota. They ask for money every year from us from the domestic abuse shelter. They ask for money every year from mental health services over at Huron. There's a number of these that ask us for money every year, and we pony up.
yep, and I'm in total agreement with that statement right there.
What?
What you just said. Come to us and show us what
Okay,
you
and they do.
And show us what
we
your
should
need
ask them
is.
to, too.
But show us what that need is what's that number? Not just a random number that somebody threw out there at 30,000. You can't tell me our needs are the exact same now as they were 5 years ago, and here, right here in the county, in the business we do. Maybe we need to give them 50 or 75,000, I don't know. But show me the need. But if you're sitting on coffers that you ain't spending your own and you got override, I don't know why we would be giving away taxpayers' dollars to somebody else.
I don't know where you get the idea they're sitting on a pile of money.
I don't know, because they've never showed me no finances.
Well, it's not any, it's not any secret. They'll show you the budget, show you if you want to see it. I see it many times.
Okay, and then what percentage of that do we need to supplement?
I've asked for their budget publicly 3 times, I've not seen it yet.
And I really don't care how much money they're in, but they should be asking us for a percentage of that needs supplemented to keep them in business, you know? If they got that need, what's their need, you know? If it's a minimal deal like the shelter up there where we give them $2,500 or something, and they're showing us all the people they've serviced in the county, that's pretty easy to figure that out, you know? But just throwing a random number out, I'm not totally in favor of that.
You can go on irs.gov and just in their search bar, I clicked on nonprofits and then go to the search bar and just type in on-hand economic development, and you will find their nonprofit corporation, and then they file a Form 990. And the last one I seen was their 2019 Form 990, because I spoke with Keisha directly. This was a request of our previous commissioner from our district. He said he asked that I get that information from him because the Freedoms of Information Act requires a nonprofit to release financials. And so after doing some research on the internet, I found out you can dig it up yourself. So the last time I looked, which has been several months ago, their last reported Form 990 was 2019. Right. Jim, you once discussed that when that was put together and organized, the intention was for them to at some point become self-funding. Is there?
No, it was never supposed to be self-funded. It was supposed to be a joint effort in the city and county.
Oh, okay.
It quickly became the city only because the county pooped out.
Okay.
It was supposed to be funded by both entities.
Oh, okay. I thought you had told me that it was intended to at some point become
That's why
self-funding.
it's called on hand,
So,
not on hill.
yeah, does On St. Lawrence contribute and the other
There's no
communities?
on St. Lawrence.
Oh, well, they're in the county too, but what
We sure
portion?
take their money. I'm on their board because you guys put me on their board.
Yeah, but I'm not being facetious about this, but you can't just pick out one entity, tax entity, and go ask them for money. If it's on hand, it's everybody in hand, but you should be asking everybody.
Well, the two big contributors, that have any money to contribute would be the city of Miller and the county of Hand. I don't think Lee Heights has the budgetary support for that sort of venture, and I don't think St. Lawrence does. I don't know. I mean,
Well, they don't have-
I don't think Lee Heights' annual budget exceeds $20,000.
Wasn't it originally that they put an extra half a penny of sales tax?
Been funded several
That
ways,
was
yes.
supposed to be funded, and then when that was the first year. And then that half penny of sales tax has continued to be given to the city of Miller. The city of Miller then has taken that half penny of sales tax and has used it into their general fund and only funded on-hand development $132,000 originally, going back 5-6 years ago now.
Now they're
That
down to
amount was the same for like 10 years. And then about 5-6 years ago, they cut it back to 105,000. Then they cut it back to 75,000 because they did not have enough money to
Correct.
do that. But that extra half a penny of sales tax is being paid by everybody in the county, everybody in St. Louis, everybody in the Heights, and everybody in Miller. So that sales tax money, technically, in my view, is being taken, being funded to on hand by the entire county already, in my opinion.
Well, and that was the intent. The intent was that everybody's in this together.
Right.
It's not just Miller.
Right, and that's why they have to pay the sales tax is put in, if they have to do it through the general fund or something like that. But I don't know what that half a penny of sales tax is producing at this point.
Okay, well, that's what it's supposed to demonstrate. That funding mechanism demonstrates the original thinking was that this is an organization that's going to promote hand county.
Right. So technically, it's not Miller that's paying for it, the half a penny of sales tax.
Well, not all of it, certainly.
No,
Yeah, APS spends money in Miller.
it should, that whole half a penny of sales tax should be devoted to that, already paying that.
That's what I stated previously, is sales tax revenue is voluntary tax revenue. People make the choice to spend that dollar in Miller or in Han County. It's voluntary tax revenue, and I think that's where the revenue should come from, not mandated tax revenue. I stated it before, we're damn near communistic, the way we collect county taxes. We put a value on your property, we put a levy on the value, you pay the taxes or we take your property away. Sales tax doesn't work that way in any way, shape, or form. It's voluntary tax revenue, and I think that's where funding should come from. That's my position, that has been my position, and it hasn't changed.
I don't want to beat this dog to death, but I don't think it's fair to Keisha or anybody else to get them up in front of us and put them on the fryer seat without us having a contingency here of knowing where we want to be before we put her in that seat. I felt terrible last year when she got put in that seat and we didn't have this decided ahead of time. And I got another problem with something I did that isn't right too, but that ain't right to wait until they're right in front of you and not have any idea where we're gonna be on this without some heads up, whether she needs to show us her needs or what, or whether we want to contribute to another entity in the county. Or if that half penny sales tax is not supporting the deal, or where in revenue intent wasn't supported, that's where they come the first year. We did the 1 year deal. The city felt like they could chip in 30,000, if I remember correctly. If we chip in 30,000, that would make them beat their budget and get them by for the year because they had a shortfall. That's what I remember. The following year, it just got through into the pot. I don't know if they had a shortfall the following year or if they were had plenty of money. I don't know where it was at, because I don't know how their other funding works because I've never seen it. All I'm saying is we need to have that decided in all fairness to Keisha and the Han County and all of them here on this board, what we're willing to give or what we're not to give. Or if we need it explained to us, what's your shortfall this year? Short 5,000, 50,000, 100,000? I just don't think it's fair just to pick a random number out and give tax dollars.
I kind of agree with you, Jim, and it was sort of an emergency.
That first
we were
year.
responding to when we came up with $30,000, and that's what they asked for, that's what the city asked for.
Yeah.
It was renewed largely out of negligence the year after that, because we had not said yes or no, we hadn't even entertained the question.
Yep.
And then we thought it was unrealistic to pull the rug out from them because they had counted on it.
Yeah, back to the old 11th hour deal.
Yeah, but to preface all of that, the original idea was that Han County and Miller, and any other municipality that wishes to participate, would be partners in On-Hand Development Corporation, because it serves the needs of all the people of Han County, not just the people in Miller.
Exactly, I understand.
Okay, so we aren't there to plug a leak in their budget. We aren't there to come up with the deficit that they can't.
That was what we were asked for originally.
Yes, that is. That wasn't the original idea. The original idea was that it's a worthy project and the county ought to be participating every year, not on the basis of what do we need for a Band-Aid or what do they need for a Band-Aid this year? How much do we have to give them to stop the flow, the blood flow this year, to close the budgetary leaks of that organization this year? That wasn't the original thinking. The original thinking was, this is the kind of organization that the county and the city of Miller could both gain a lot from. That was the thinking. That was the whole idea behind that.
Well, that's why you put the half-cent penny tax on, wasn't it? To try to support
That was some of it, yes.
Countywide, you put a half-cent on countywide, that was to support it, so everybody in county took part.
Well, that was some, but of course, a lot of people don't spend any money in Miller, South Dakota. They go to Redfield because they're up in that corner, and they go to Flames and wherever.
We all understand logistics.
But then I'll tell you, the people up in that corner,
They pay in Redfield.
well, they're going, my tax dollars are going down here and you're spending it there. It's hard to, I mean, I was sat on that board and I understand they need the money. I mean, I get where they're coming from the money, but you also got to get from the people that once you get out from Miller, you get to the corners of the county. Them are the people that are feeling.
Well, they're paying sales tax in Redfield, and they live in Hume County, but they pay sales.
But they're tax dollars. They're tax dollars that they have to pay the county. They sometimes say to me, why are you spending it there? Isn't there, don't you have, a lot of it was when the roads were bad, why are you spending money there when you could spend another 30,000 on roads?
Well,
I mean,
the original idea was to express in
I
no uncertain terms that we are equal.
Right,
partners,
I
city and
understand.
county.
But I understand that, but you also got to understand that we hear more outside that, why are my dollars going there? I try to explain to them why the dollars are going there.
Seems to me like a drop in the bucket, a very small expenditure to promote rural township unit.
That's
It's worth $1 zillion. It's unquantifiable, unqualified. Worth its weight in gold.
Why don't
The
we-
value of that
I
kind of
don't-
unity and cooperation in the community cannot be quantified.
I don't doubt you there. I don't doubt you a bit. But you still got this person who's sitting there. Because, Jim, you only hear from the people that absolutely,
That are aggravated.
yeah, they're aggravated. You don't ever hear from the people that say, yeah, it's a good job. You should keep it up. You don't hear from them. And that's what makes this job sitting here hard. Because you only hear from the people that, and then I got to bring that up. I mean, I try to explain to them the amount of money that we're giving to them, what they're trying to do and everything, the good that they're doing. But, sometimes you get people that got their mind made up. It doesn't matter how you put it there. But I'm with Gib. We can't just put a number out there and say, because what if the first year it had been 10,000, we'd just say, okay, 10,000 a year. I mean, what the
What
significance
would
of
base that on? Wouldn't it be fair to?
It's based upon the budget.
Well, if they can't get enough money out of the half cents, maybe they ought to raise it to a cent,
I don't know.
raise it to a penny.
I don't even know if they're using that mechanism.
Well,
No, it's- they're
Well, if they're having a
using,
shortfall.
I think they just
I don't know how the city does
The
it. It's not
the
that way
city's-
anymore.
The city just gives them whatever they need and hopes we'll throw in.
That's what it is currently.
They do now.
Yeah.
How many years was it going before we started throwing
But
it?
it changed a lot. The funding mechanism for on-hand changed over the years. It evolved. It would go back to what it was. It would change. The next year it would be just a straight up grant from.
Because they're not getting that whole percentage anymore.
no,
No.
Here's another thing that, I have something of a problem with, being that it's mandated tax revenue. I asked Keisha if I could sit in on a meeting, because I wanted to bring this up with the board. And she says the meetings aren't open to the public. They're private meetings because, there's stuff that's sensitive information that's discussed. I said, why don't you add a public input, public comment portion of your meeting? And she said she would talk to the board about it. And
I don't think that's too bad an idea.
But it's.
Their full meeting is what our executive sessions are.
Right.
We don't have anybody
Basically.
here when we're talking contracts.
Yeah.
That's all they talk about is
Yeah.
contracts.
And so the people that are bending our ear about this $30,000 can go directly to the on-hand board. Well, you can bring it up. Have a public comment session at the beginning of the meeting, so the public knows they can be there at 7:30 in the morning, whatever time the meeting is.
7.
They can be there at that time if they've
I think
got
that's a good idea.
comments for on hand, and then the doors are closed.
that would be a good idea. Because, I mean,
As executive,
well,
discussion.
yeah, because what they discuss at the meetings really can't be out there for public consumption.
And that's perfectly fine, but they're taking public funding with the only accountability for the 30,000 that we're giving them. The only accountability coming through people complaining to us, and then us sitting here at the table discussing this funding. And then when the person when our citizenry asks us the next time, what did you find out about on hand? Well, nothing really, because the meetings aren't open. So maybe adding public comment, public input to the beginning of the meeting to let people give the board an earful about what they're concerned about, what they want to see. I just, it's like so many things in life, if we could base everything on production, that's why I like the sales tax. It's voluntary tax revenue. If on hand is doing their job and they're promoting Miller and people are saying, yep, I'm going to
They're
vote Miller and
promoting
spend that.
They're promoting hand
Well,
counting.
I understand that, but if the people from Han County spend their money in Han County or Miller, then they're paid on production, and it's not as simple as that, but it's along those lines. That's voluntary tax revenue. Man, that's so much easier to spend than mandated tax revenue.
And I don't want to beat this horse to death because it's been said time after time after time. The year before they come and wanted that 30,000, they come wanted us to take over that community center. And you can all pretend like you don't remember this, but I remember it explicitly. They wanted us to buy it, and then they would run it, and we would maintain it. And this board sat right here and said, well, we're not buying that school, and we're not gonna do that. We don't need any more buildings to maintain, we can run. I remember that explicitly. The very next year, they took over the community center, and then they come back in the door here and said, we're short 30,000, we need some money. Because they can't make that work without some more money. Well, I guess we, in a way, didn't we go ahead and fix the deal up for them? Now, that's where I'm coming from. You need to show a need here. You can't ask for one thing, don't get it, so then you backdoor your way in and got some money out of it anyway. We're still not really showing a need for it, except for just word of mouth. That we need about 30,000 to make our deal work. Well, why do you need the 30,000? Well, we took over the community center and we need money to make it break even. That's the way I feel about it. And we're using our county's tax dollars to do it. And I'm not arguing that it's a good thing or a bad thing. We're taxing people and taking their money without really showing the need for it. We're giving it away. We make everybody else, Harlan, everybody else stand up here and propose a budget and tell us why.
The nature of that beast is one that requires the utmost of discretion. He can tell you that, if he's been on the board. I can tell you that, I've been on the board. You can't talk about 90% of the business that they're involved in. It can't be done. If it were done, they'd be out of business. There would be no Hank Corporation.
They can propose a budget without disclosing anything executive.
Well, they can, but everybody would tell them no. Wouldn't they?
I think that's exactly what the taxpayers are relaying to us, is
And we don't want to leave this for arguing with Keisha and these people that they're all working hard for this county. I'm not arguing that. I'm just arguing that if we're going to pull tax dollars out and give them to a different entity, we better have our feet on the ground. I can't even believe we got through audit with it, to tell you the truth. But what do I know?
Okay.
But it just.
So where do we wanna stand on that, I guess?
Well, I'll tell
Budget
you this,
purposes.
we're not gonna support it. I'm not gonna be on the board. Because I'd be embarrassed to death. So you'll have to appoint another commissioner to serve on the board. We want to have a say in the corporation's actions and activities. We want to have a seat at their table. We want to have a seat on their board, but we aren't going to give them a dime. Afraid not. I'm not going to have any part of that.
Did we say not a dime? I said
No,
show a need.
No, but you want them to show you the need. And it's impossible for them, given the discretion that is required of everybody who sits around their board, to justify a need in the traditional ways that budget items are justified. It is. If you sat in on a board meeting or two or three, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And he has.
as a member of the board, Jim, this is not executive in any way, shape, or form. Do you have a general idea of what their cash on hand is?
Yes.
Can you disclose that?
No.
Question answered.
Your representative on that board, which is me, I know. If it were upsetting to me, I would let you know that.
It's public information. Their last reported Form 990 said they had $240,000 of cash on hand. Now, that's public information. You go right to the IRS website and find that. Why can't that be disclosed? It's public information.
You're looking at a flash card of their financial information.
One of the
At a
pages.
point in time.
One of the pages of Form 990 is basically a financial statement. And it said they basically had a $1.5 million net worth and $240,000 of cash on hand. And then it listed how many dollars of loans they had out. When the public asks, do they need the money? Like Gibbs says, do they need the money? How much money do they have? When I ask you as the representative to the county, why should cash on hand or any of their finances be hidden? That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. I can understand all the executive. I can understand not saying who they've got a loan with. I can totally understand all that, but not disclosing financials when you're taking public tax dollars doesn't work for me.
But let's cut it to the chase, but it's gonna go to a vote when we go to.
Right.
The next step.
And that'll explain it, we'll decide what we're gonna do at that time, but we could at least let Keisha know it's in play, somewhere between $1 and who knows, that it's not a for sure thing, because that ain't very fair to her at the last minute. Because I don't know if they're proposing budgets, I don't know what time of year they do their budgets, but I'm sure they're planning on, if we're not gonna do it. Well, I think it's up to the vote of here, whether we spend them dollars that direction, and for how many. Like I said, maybe they could show a need and we give them more, I don't know.
Should we take the temperature around the table and sort of see right now?
That's what we're doing.
That's
Okay.
what
I vote to give them $30,000 if that's what they ask for. If they ask for 35 and we ask them questions and we're satisfied with the answer, I give them 35.
Good.
What do you think?
To 35.
What
Or
do
I
you,
mean 30.
what do you think?
Huh? I think they need to show a need for it.
I'm assuming they will.
I guess I know how hard they work and what their goal is. It's hard to quantify all those details to me, but I guess I'd lean more towards giving them the money as well at this point.
I don't think I'd increase it.
But I would like,
What
it'd
we
be
got
nice to
going on
see.
in the county.
And I think, I don't know what Keisha, that's the hard part. I haven't been involved. I'm not directly involved with them, but what they can and can't share. I know there's a lot of things they can't share, but it'd be nice to have a little bit. I don't know what she can tell us, to what extent.
Okay,
But
she comes up here-
the hard part is for them to budget, not knowing where their funding sources come from, because the city, I don't know that they know what they're gonna get from the city.
I thought, look, and I could be totally wrong, but when I was on, before I come off, last year, the city come up with a funding mechanism for it. I'm not that there would be.
Well, Jay thought 75 last year, but I don't know if that was like a.
But it was through sales tax.
They also get a percentage of the bed food and
Yes,
board
that's,
and booze tax.
there's-
That's to go directly to the support of the community center. And portion of that also goes to the pool.
Right.
I think it's 70-30 of the bed, booze and board tax goes.
Something like that.
Part
80-20.
of- Yeah, but I think it goes to the community center, not on hand.
but the city had figured out a way to,
And that was another half.
how would I say, have a funding source that was more predictable. I think that's the best word for it. Now, how they come about doing that, I do not know.
And we're only 3 years into it. How long has this on hand been?
Call Shayla and ask her.
How would they answer that question for you?
But you also gotta realize it's city versus county. City has ways of generating income for a particular need. We don't. We have one source, and that's through our property tax. I mean, that you gotta.
How many years has Han County been on hand, been around?
I think she answered in there.
1986. That's what I was gonna say. I thought it was.
So we've only took part for 3 years.
No, we started out giving them some money too.
We did. How much was that?
Yes, I don't know.
It wasn't much.
It wasn't very much. And their budget wasn't very much to start with.
So was it like a percentage of their budget, or? Even that would be a way of explaining it to our constituents. We've determined that we're gonna supplement their budget by X amount of dollars, or this percentage or something. But just to say we're throwing this money out there, it's just hard to explain to people, especially as they walk up and down Main Street of Miller.
One of the city councilmen told me that they used to give a financial report to the city. And for some reason, they stopped doing that, and I don't know what the reason was, but they used to give them a financial report at the end of the year, or beginning of the year, or whatever. they stopped doing that, that's,
When I was on the council, Bob Blatchford was the director, and he would come pretty regularly. And he would talk about the ins and the outs, but he wouldn't cover what they were spending it on, yeah.
Right.
He
And I-
shows that. She doesn't
And I
put
think
it
you
in the
could,
report at this
I
time.
think they could put something together like that,
And she wasn't.
not,
This meeting, she was billing.
you know, in money, out money, not specifying what it goes
And that's
for.
on-
It would sure-
Don't you think without,
I think so.
without,
I think those are both good suggestions.
no, well, I mean, I
Public
understand,
input and about some bare bones
right,
version of.
right, not too descriptive, so they're not,
And not just a random number, you know, their need can't be the exact same dollars every year. We did that kind of an emergency pickup that first year.
but what if
And
they,
it was supposed to be looked at again, we all agree about that, we've hashed that to death and stuff. But what's their ongoing need, you know, that would be a better question, and maybe that is the number, I don't know.
but
But
give,
let's have an explainable number out there.
if you go there with that approach, and they come and they say their need is 100,000,
Well, wished we'd have bought that, went ahead and took over that community center,
Well,
we'd be
I'm
paying
just-
all the bills
I'm
on
just
that.
saying, I
They
think
wouldn't
at-
need the money.
I think at a point, we can support them, but there is a point to where we can.
Sure. I would like to say one more thing about this situation. Luke, you started to express a thought. We were talking about tax revenues, I think.
Right.
When you said city versus county. And it reminded me of what was the genesis of, what was the inspiration for the formation of the On-Hand Corporation. It was to eliminate in people's minds this vision of city versus county. And I know that isn't the context in which you use.
No,
that
but
phrase at all.
it is.
In the aftermath of the, I sound like an old fart here, in the aftermath of the reorganization of all the school districts into 12-year districts in 1977, 172, there got to be a rural town rift in most communities in South Dakota. And it was an awful thing to experience. I lived through it. There were people in the country who hated anybody who lived in town, people in town who hated anybody who lived in the country. The truth is that we are out here in the middle of nowhere, you guys. We should be no respecter of city or county perimeters or parameters or borders. Everybody in Miller lives off their county farmers and the county's ranchers. Most of the county's farmers and ranchers trade in Miller and keep all those people in business. This is a working partnership. It's a community that is dependent on its independent parts. And the two large components are people who live outside, for example, the city of Miller, and the people who live inside. It doesn't mean they are mutually dependent upon each other. We are. We're one community. We're one community, one heart, and we care about everybody in it. And that's what On Hand was meant to express. That was the whole idea behind On Hand.
in one discussion, and that separation thought process is alive and well, because in one discussion that I had with a farmer, he says about this $30,000 going to On Hand, he goes, well, tell me who pays the lion's share of the taxes in the county, you know? So that separation thought process is alive and well, you know? I don't know, I guess some of these farmers that are complaining about their property taxes funding On Hand are thinking it's strictly just a Miller, South Dakota project, and it's not. I understand that. And I do support On Hand and what they do. I appreciate it. But when we continue to hear from taxpayers, well, we're not doing our job if we don't relay their voice. That's my opinion.
The worst part about it is we just left this deal hanging. You know, if we'd went back and showed a need and determined by the board that's the need and we'd like to support that need, it's gonna be at this many dollars right in front of God and everybody, I think people would have accepted a lot better. But since we did screw up and just let it ride, So it went again without any discussion. Now it's went again without any discussion if we don't discuss it now. I think it left a little craw on some of these people's side, you know? And in all fairness, you know, but I want to be fair to Keisha too, because I didn't think it was very fair last time to bring the discussion up on the 11th hour with her out even expected. And that's all I'm saying about that. I think they should show a need, and if this board determines to vote to support that need, perfect, you know? Why wouldn't
For
they?
them showing a need. I think it's also incumbent upon us to show our need for them.
Yeah, and that's a possibility too, because then we can explain that to our constituents that are complaining about this. No, we see a need there, just as you pointed out some of these other people that come to us, and we want to support that in this county. And that's what we're doing. Not a support and a one-time shortfall, and that's what this was. That was the original vote, you know.
We need to move on here too, but would you feel comfortable asking Keisha if she could prepare something that would show a need in some fashion?
I'm coming back.
Within reason?
Sure.
And see what she comes up with?
Well,
Because it's kind of how you gotta do it.
You know, and then present it as soon as possible, potentially. So we can, I guess I foresee me voting for some dollars there. I don't know what that number is necessarily, but hopefully that would help
Well,
move it along.
let's leave the number in the budget where it's at now, because we haven't made any decision or aren't coming to a
Well,
decision.
the budget isn't being set in stone today.
Right.
What do we got at right now?
30.
And it's written in red, just circle it and let it go on, and we'll talk to it out. But we need to make her apprised that it's a
Moving target.
It's a moving target, you know.
I've heard three really good ideas. One is one we just said, a generic type budget that shows where their expenses are and all that kind of stuff. Have her give that to us or give it to me, I'll give it to you. Right. She doesn't give it to us directly. Two, the idea that they need to come here and justify the request. And three, let's have a public comment session at every on-hand board meeting before we go into the same thing we do, guys, executive session. Okay?
That's
good ideas.
That's what I think, is let people have their voice there with the board that makes these decisions and handles the money, and if they got questions about finances, go address the board. You know?
Okay, I can promise you, there ain't anybody on that board who doesn't make a living directly from the agricultural community in Canada. But they all know it, and they're happy.
Yeah, but the people that got a beef with it too should have their opportunity to be
Yep.
standing right here during this process.
Yep.
So for the time being, you're okay with leaving it? Because obviously it's not set.
Still
It's
up
not
for
set,
discussion.
none of this stuff.
Right. And I can tell you, for the cost of everything, that things aren't gonna look great when it comes down to the end. Because I guarantee our taxes haven't gone up to the level all the other things are.
No,
So-
they didn't go up 8%. That's what we need.
So that's what we're gonna have to battle. It's gonna
Take
be
shot
battle.
next, get it down all the way.
Yep, we're good there.
We're good.
Okay. Did you cross it off, keep it?
Leave it
No.
staying there.
No, it's gonna ride for the moment.
That's my suggestion, because you can always adjust it later. Okay, so the next one is publishing, and publishing is another one of those that was in my budget. And it really doesn't reflect, because as an auditor, I publish very little. As election guy, I publish a lot, but elections has its own budget. So what I suggest here is I pull mine down, bring yours up, because the bulk of the publication is for you guys.
What will happen at the end when we have absorbed these costs in the commissioner's budget? How much discretionary money will be left for us to bail out a department?
Just as much as you had before.
I was not that we were.
Because I'm bringing mine down to bring yours up.
Right.
Oh, there.
The money's gonna offset.
Right.
Okay, so when we are set at 100, we'll make it 110 or whatever we require.
Now, same as with like the insurances, those departments should be coming down. So if somebody says to you, well, I got less of a budget than I did in 2016. Well, yeah, you're right, because you're not paying insurance anymore. So you gotta keep those in mind.
It should be a wash, ultimately.
Yes, it should.
Yeah, and then we can decide if we wanna put $100 little blip in the paper telling them when the dump's open.
Yeah.
Because now we control it.
That's right.
I'm on top of shit today.
5%. So that's okay.
Leave that in
Just
there.
let you know.
Yep. Okay, so this next one is R&P is reserved. That's if you have another special project that comes up that you want to complete. So this is where I'm going to give you the pitch that with that COVID money, that's right now it's 308, it's going to be 616 or whatever it is. I'd sent you each an email individually telling you that I think we should invest that in infrastructure buildings. This building, the tuck pointing, the window fixing, the cooling system, because I honestly don't think you're gonna have an opportunity again to have that. So rather than take 66 requests from 66 people on how they want that pie cut, my suggestion to you guys is to dedicate it to buildings.
And how much you say?
All of it. Because if you take the 400 whatever that's supposed to come for excise tax, and you give it to the highway department, that's gonna be a good shot in there for them. But that 600 grand that you're gonna spend, that you could spend fixing up this building, the library, the highway shop, all of them, you might not have that opportunity again. That's why I think it would be a good investment. It would employ your electricians, your plumbers, it would feed the economy. And finish the elevator. We also don't want to throw something to a department budget that his long-term ends up being a long-term request. You know, if their request for part of that money is legitimate one-time request, but just throw some to a department and then the next year they think that, well, we got that again. Be really clear that this is one-time money and not annual budget stuff. Now, there's probably a department heads there and go, well, I want this and I want that, and I understand they have those wants. But if you think that you spend, I'm just gonna say $600,000 on capital improvements, after those projects are done, you're gonna have money to support those other projects. Because you're not gonna be spending it on windows. Maintenance. Right. You know, so, I mean, even if you look at the parking lot, we've talked about redoing that for over a decade. I mean, there's a lot of projects that just involve the facilities. But
Look how long it took to get that library parking lot. Jeez.
Yeah, and it needs new sidewalks. The library needs new public sidewalks. That's not a city thing, that's on us, we own it. So that's my suggestion, that's my pitch, I want you to consider that. Of course, you can do whatever you want with it, because you guys get to decide, but they changed the rules so that we can use what we've been paying for salaries as our justified expense to receive the money. The alternative is you can just deny it all, send it back. That's your choice.
Our governor sent a bunch back.
That's all right.
If she wanted to or she had to?
I don't know, she just thinks she wanted to.
I think she had to. So that's what I would suggest, and primarily if you decide to do that, then that's gonna be an inject into each of those individual budgets. So the highway department for their facility, because if you go spend some time with the highway department, you're gonna see that there's some building needs there in the main shop, and the old warehouse, and out there's a building you can see daylight through. So that might be the one you were talking about. Building the 4-stall garage. I mean, those are things that you can do. And I told some of you, there's an advantage to having that on this property because you can slave the electricity, the water, the internet, all that stuff off of this building instead of having a whole new utility built somewhere else.
Same way out of Jeff's property. You know, like a new shop or whatever, for a long range capital outlay. You know, if you're thinking 20 years down the line, you know, it's probably a great update.
Yeah.
From when that one was put in the 60s, I would guess.
Yeah.
Just the style of building is, I'm guessing it probably went up in the 60s.
So on that front, between now and our next meeting, you would have to decide if you like that idea, if you got some hybrid of it, or if you don't like it at all. Because if we do this, we're gonna have to put it in this year's budget, or in the budget.
How many total dollars you talking about?
618.
And we would have no static doing that with it?
None.
Not legislative audit, not anybody.
Nope.
Well, I think that's worthy of Serious thought.
Right. So I would encourage you to give it some serious
Your
thought.
2 new boilers.
Yeah.
Well, and I had that conversation with Will.
Well, that was what I was pumping in there, but
Because we also talked about,
Same as
what
the
are the
same.
heating units, heating cooling units that go on the walls?
They call them split units or whatever.
Mini splits?
Heater in there.
Mini splits?
Yeah.
Mini splits, there you go.
Some of them would benefit from that. So instead of a centralized heating system, each room would be independent.
Like hotel room, one of those things.
Yeah, but they don't have, the mini splits, the backup, the electric. They don't heat in the winter all the way, you know.
Like a heat pump, there's a certain point.
They are, there's a certain point where it just doesn't cut it. You're gonna have some other, so.
Well, we do have backup electric heaters in the rooms.
that's what we had in Washington School. We had boilers and we had a backup. Yeah, it's a certain amount of control room by room, but you had to have that boiler to back it up.
And then you could even consider changing the boilers to propane. I don't know if we'll get natural gas, but that's on the horizon for some. So anyway, those are just thoughts and predictions for you. The rest of it's pretty incidental. The travel and conference, that's if one of you guys wants to go somewhere and travel and go to conference. That's self-explanatory. So what I'm gonna do now is I'll take these numbers, I put them into the accounting system. I produce a typed version of this report, and then I come back to you with it. Okay. So the next one is the commissioner's contingency, which should have been on the back of the page, but it's not. Is there another one in here?
How about when's our health insurance gonna come into play? When are them numbers coming?
Well, I tried to roll that ahead, but because of our renewal being in September, it's 45 days ahead of September.
You did try to get that in, didn't you?
Yep. So the best we can do is twiddle our thumbs and hope that they got a crystal ball they can look that far ahead.
Cause we gotta face that music, we got some adjustments to make on that too. So,
You can come in,
We guys talking about?
we don't bite.
You.
Budget.
Budgets. It's on the video. Oh,
but
Not
we
talking
kind
about
of need
budget.
to know where them numbers are and whether a large group or small group or whoever we're gonna go with.
Yeah.
So we can make a legitimate decision on
Right.
which direction we're going and who can be on.
Right. I'm pushing. Like I said, Risty just got in it. Dice has been in it from the beginning. You know, I published that notice and I got a phone call, Johnny on the spot from them. So they're working on it.
Just gonna run by kind of last year's numbers until we see.
Right. Yep. Okay, so commissioner's contingency has been $100,000 for years. Commissioner contingency is for those unexpected expenses that pop up in other departments that you need to cover. So I don't see a problem leaving that at 100,000.
We never began to use it.
Last year, we used it more than I could
We
see
did
in
use it
recent
some.
history, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But not all.
I can see that coming into play more and more as time goes on, because some of the stuff is so outlandish anymore that we have no control over.
Yeah, we can't budget for it.
I mean, you just can't budget close enough for some of that stuff without having big overruns on budgets. You need a contingency plan there that makes sense today, not the one that made sense in
10 years
1980.
ago.
Yeah.
Because 100,000, it'll buy you a pickup, but you can't pull a boat with 100,000.
Right.
You know, that's, I'm just in relativity, but in 1980, whoa, we could buy quite a boat, a pickup to pull it with, you know.
Now you can't buy the gas.
Yeah, but I mean, it's something to look at when you're talking about that, because the 100,000 ain't what it used to be. I think we can have a wake-up call about a bridge we gotta close that could run over 100,000 and snap of your fingers, you know.
Oh, so that takes me to the next point. So we divide these are the cost of personnel at the top, and these are operational expenses. My analysis for you guys, my summary of this is that when you look at budgets that are coming in, if you see any kind of large increase in the operational side, you might want to consider pulling back on the reins, because if we do in fact start to move that money to the highway department to complete those projects, sorry, I didn't mean to spit, then it's gonna limit the amount of cash on hand available on the general fund side. So you wanna be very, very cautious when somebody comes to you and says, well, I want $180,000 to do this. You know, and this is general fund stuff, this isn't highway department, this is just primarily the people in here, weed and pest, that kind of thing, rubble setting. So keep that in mind, because if we do move that money and something happens on general fund side, you're gonna need some cash in hand to cover those emergencies.
Well, we're gonna call on your guidance and your perspective on some of this stuff, because you're way better versed.
We just need to keep a really close eye on how it goes, because, I mean, if you tell, you know, like, if you come to me and say, Doug, in the auditor's budget, don't plan for any new equipment, that's easy for me to do, because I don't spend a lot of equipment. But, you know, if you look at, like, the weed and pest department, he's got all new four-wheelers right now, so he shouldn't need one of those.
Yeah.
He bought almost all of his chemical, so, you know, you can scrutinize his expenditures, because if you don't pull the money out of the pot, that's available for somebody else. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So I keep telling the general fund people, it's a competitive, there's a finite amount of money in the general fund from property taxes. And if somebody asks for 60, that means others gotta come 60 down. So you have to maintain that balance, and the only way not to is you pull from that reserve fund. But now we're talking about giving that money to the highway department to complete those projects.
I've never seen a big problem with a budget with a one-time spending, and Jim referred to this. You know, don't have to worry about a one-time spending deal so often. But when you start initiating something for 50,000 a year forever again, that's on that budget forever then. But you can get 50,000 in one shot, that ain't no big deal. You might even be able to explain it to your taxpayers. But when you start putting it out there on a continuous basis, them deals add up in a hurry.
The other thing is, when you add infrastructure, you better be thinking about infrastructure maintenance.
Yeah,
Exactly. That was why this board decided we don't want no more buildings
Yeah.
of somebody else's. That was the main contingency of why we weren't interested in taking on any more buildings. We got a library, we got a highway department, we got buildings.
We got a hospital.
Yeah, we got shit to take care of anyway. You know, we don't need to add buildings to it.
I've got one more comment, I guess, the commissioner's work period. Did the attorney for Summit Carbon Solutions sit right over there where Jan's sitting and tell us how to do our job, or that we can't do a moratorium?
He said it's a waste of your time, essentially. They're not gonna be bound by it.
He threw it out there with no justification, no support for his statement.
We've seen this from this company right from the January meeting, when I lined up that Jimmy Powell. We had no more than got into the discussion, we're talking about executive session. Now their corporate attorney is sitting here telling us that we don't know how to do our damn job. I got no time for that. That's foolishness that
And at the
they,
same time, almost in the same breath, he's telling us, they want to get along with all the governmental entities and all the people.
Well, if you twist somebody's arm only partway, it wouldn't hurt so bad.
Yeah.
It's either that or he knows something we don't know.
All right, let's
He
keep
knows
moving.
there's more money needed.
on the go.
Okay, so we covered the moratorium, we covered the intervener part, the elections process.
Well, we need to do moratorium in
Oh, yes, you should.
regular, we
You
need
did
to
it. You did
do
it.
that in regular session.
I never heard anything about the meeting thing.
Yeah, we did. Oh, okay, I moved that we pass the moratorium. Is it a resolution or ordinance?
It is a resolution.
Yeah.
Didn't you move and I seconded?
No,
That
was it.
when we were sitting as.
That was as a zoning, and now we gotta do it as
So what do
And
we,
he moves and I'll second again.
Okay,
what is that now?
for the.
same thing.
The moratorium was passed as the zoning.
Yeah.
I always get it wrong, the planning and zoning commission. So
Recommend.
now it's
Recommend.
coming to the commissioners.
Gotcha.
So, what is our resolution number for this?
Don't have one to sign for it. I got it last night, right at the end of the day, so.
Must be 22, 24.
No, it's like in the teens.
What was the one we did earlier in the meeting?
I thought it was like 13 for Jamie.
For Jamie, that was 20, where was it at? I
That's
said it.
22.
And then I had the one for surplus properties. Yeah, hers was 12,
Oh,
Yeah.
and I think I'm 13. Yeah, I'm 13.
so it'd be 14?
Yeah, but I can assign the numbers for later, because that's just a codification of it.
So we have a motion by Jim,
Second by
Second by-
description on.
Jim. And any other discussion about the recommendation from the planning and zoning board? Hearing none. Give, Luke?
Aye.
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 I got a little explanation on this intervenor deal from Jim, but I really don't understand it. I'd like you to explain to me what we're doing with that.
The suggestion was made to make sure that the county filed as an intervenor before the deadline, which I think is the
What's an
6th.
intervenor really do?
Eight. Well, when I go to the Secretary of State's website, it lists all of the people who want to stay informed and reserve a spot to offer comment through the whole process. I'm not sure what the word intervenor means in that.
It means that if it becomes legally,
Part of the
possible for us to intervene for some reason, legal matters that are in front of, the judge, PUC for that matter, we have the status to do that. Otherwise, we don't.
Yeah,
We have
we're on
like
the record, we're in the book.
You have like a foot in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not doing anything.
Yeah.
We're not doing anything at
It
all.
just opens the door so you have a foot in.
And I discussed both of these with Elton, and Elton okayed, the moratorium, actually wrote the
I
moratorium.
was only getting part of it over the phone. That's why I'm asking this
Okay,
question.
well, I just, to be open, I give a voicemail and he called me back about that. And Elton was also fine with us becoming, registering to be an intervener. He says there's nothing lost if we never say a word in regards to
Nothing
this.
else that would keep us way better informed.
Yes.
But that is
Intervenor
fair.
is just another word for party. We're party to what's
Well,
going on.
Yeah, so instead of waiting until today, I just did it.
Yeah, I don't have no problem.
I did.
I just wanted to understand it was all.
I did
In
see
case
it.
somebody asked me, what are you talking about? You know, well, nothing.
I seen that the rural water association or something like that signed on also to be an intervener.
I'm sure.
Yeah, there's quite a
Maybe
list.
just to keep it.
There's a lot of them.
Ready for elections?
Yes.
Okay, here's the quick one. We have those voting machines to help people who are handicapped. We have too many of them, so Charles Mick said that they would take them. So what I need you to do is approve the transfer from this governmental entity to that governmental entity of the electric voting machine, what they call an assisted voting machine, which has got a serial number in the agenda.
For no compensation.
Yep, even up.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
The other machines were serviced in February, March, was right in that transition. And then I have the list of our present county candidates up here for you. There's only 2 contests at the county level, that's for sheriff and then Commissioner District 1. The rest of us are currently unopposed and most independent runs. Here's the timeline of the primary election on the 6th in this room. We're gonna draw for ballot order, so the 2 contests, we'll draw lots to see whose name is first and who's second. And then you'll see the absentee voting starts, so I'm in the process of ordering election supplies. I'm in the process of ordering the absentee envelopes and all of that, goes with that. We don't have any recognized political parties in the county right now, no committees. There's no Republican committee, no Democratic committee. If there was, then they could submit suggestions on who would be the poll workers and such things, but since we don't have that, we don't have that. April 26th is the last day, and then of course the election is June 7th. And then on June 9th, you'll meet, so the June meeting will switch to Thursday, by the tradition. If there's no heartburn with that, then that's how I'll advertise it.
Okay.
And that's it for elections.
What's the last day that an unopposed candidate at this point, for an office that nobody's filed for, has to file?
So they can file as an independent candidate, I think, up until
April 27th, 26th.
Yeah.
Another topic on elections, I spoke with Doug just briefly outside when he came back from lunch yesterday about this change in commissioners' districts and the fact that my district now includes kind of the east part of Miller from basically the Armory or Catholic Church East. And I also have the Miller Township outside of the municipality, correct?
Yep.
And I talked with Doug about, I personally, what you guys think, I don't know, but I think I want to make sure that the people know before they go to the community center, thinking they're in one of those two districts of polling places, and somebody at the community center says, no, sorry, you're driving sunshine. I don't know what it's gonna take to inform the press, our website, whatever, but I certainly don't want aggravated or disgruntled voters on election day. So we need to make that, well, not only just that, but your district changed, your district added several townships down there.
This is the only one that didn't change substantially.
Yeah, so, but that's my biggest concern is these people that have always voted, right here in Miller are gonna end up having to go to Sunshine. I would hope they know plenty in advance.
I think we should do one a week,
Sorry to suggest.
so people can like, this is me. Not have to confuse myself with others.
Is there, like that in this, which I know no one uses it, but you can steer people, either they can come in and you can tell them.
Yep.
Right, or I know through the state's site, if you find it, it'll tell you on there what district you belong to,
Yep.
right?
Yep, and I've already started updating my page for elections. It doesn't get a lot of visits, but it's out there. Okay,
We are gonna run those maps too. Doug and I have been talking about it, and he just made a suggestion that we run one each week. However you guys want to do that, we wanna make sure everybody's informed.
Right.
We should post a couple of them maps here in the courthouse too, so they're just up there to our people's memory as they come in and out too.
yeah.
Sticky over.
Yep.
Okay, you have a meeting April 12th for equalization consolidated board.
7 PM.
Yep, we have one appeal, but it's for somebody who resides out of the state, so they'll probably pass right over to the state. But Jamie and I are working on the agenda for that. So my question is, how do you guys feel about having a commissioner meeting behind the equalization meeting to do a discussion about some budgets, maybe limited to an hour? And we can invite, let's say like the second floor to come visit with you if they have budget questions. And then we can do another meeting where the first floor comes and.
You think follow or lead?
I think follow, because if the equalization meeting gets done in 15 minutes, then write it.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
That way you get something.
I likely won't be here.
Miles.
You want some?
Done.
Yeah, I'm having my knees, I'm having surgery.
Sorry to hear that.
On Monday.
What's that, Greg?
I won't be here probably.
While
I don't know that I'll be walking very well.
Spaced out, you could watch it on.
Yeah.
That means.
So you are okay if we have a meeting after that? And you can decide if you want to cap it at a certain time.
I heard people really like it's better if they're on drugs.
So you're gonna do that, what time is the meeting?
The equalization meeting starts at 7,
In the evening?
but I would say if we capped it,
I'll
be
let
out
you
here
know.
by 9 max. Ideally an hour. And then I do have one item for you on executive session, and then I was told to put that contractual item times 4 on there.
That's me.
Yep.
Okay.
So if I could do my part of the executive session first.
Is Jan got everything she's gonna need?
Yeah, we're pretty much through the whole, oh shit, there's one other thing.
Go back.
Every year we do the,
What unfiltered you have to get.
you know.
Doug, let you compose yourself.
March came in like a lion. And we left like a pissed off. It was a tough month. We always do the contract with Charles Mix for prisoner care.
Oh, yeah. What is it, the same or?
Yep, $75 a day.
I make the motion, we.
Second.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
I just want to get it done.
Hearing none, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
All the same time?
I should just put an automatic renewal. Let's just cancel it when I like it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I got for you.
Bye, gentlemen.
Thanks, Jan.
See ya.
Thank you, Jay.
Sorry, Facebook watcher, we didn't mean to swear twice. Well, I did, but
You only dropped the F bomb.
That's okay.
You wanna leave this, I've done that.
You did. I